Chapter 954. Since we can't get into the base, why don't we go to Haiqing? Luo Yuxing suggested as they hid in the sewers. There were only the two of them, 4th-level adepts. When they'd infiltrated the base, they'd suppressed their disciplines and passed themselves off as 3rd-level adepts. Now that they were out of the base, the weapons and food they had wouldn't be enough to get them to China or Skyfire in the northwest. They'd have to figure out a way to get into Haiqing. They couldn't stay away from the base for too long. It was too dangerous outside. Wang Chong hesitated. I'm worried they'll find out we're in Haiqing, or they'll keep an eye on it. After all, every entry and exit of a security base had to be recorded. Luo Yuxing thought it over. What should we do? Head to Skyfire. That's too far, I'm afraid we won't make it. Wang Chong shook his head. It's too early to go to Skyfire. The information we have isn't worth much. We haven't even gotten a clear picture of the base, and we've already alerted the enemy. Even if we go there now, we won't be able to get anything good. Luo Yuxing frowned. And we'll have to go through a lot of trouble to get there. It's not worth it. Thinking of this, he stopped thinking, but then he thought of another problem. Right, those people we saw just now didn't have a heat source. Do you think they are zombies? Or humans? I've scouted around Base 1, and I haven't heard of anyone working there. Right now, those people are mainly working on the construction of the walls of the second base. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes and said, I also think it might be zombies, but the plantation is already in the safe zone. Why didn't they get rid of the zombies? Or, did they give up on the plantation? Didn't they say all the land was closed to farming? Luo Yuxing thought for a few seconds. But why didn't they get rid of the zombies? What's the point of keeping them around? I'm not sure, Wang Chong said. But I do think they have a lot of secrets. They have a lot of secrets. Those soldiers who wear sunglasses all day also give me a weird feeling. Also, I can't enter the second base. As they were moving around in the base, Wang Chong didn't dare to bring too many equipment with them. Therefore, they did not use special binoculars to observe the base soldiers who wore sunglasses all day long. Therefore, neither of them discovered that these soldiers had no heat source on them. Those soldiers wearing sunglasses belonged to the second base. I think if we can enter the second base, we should be able to find out something. The problem is that we can't even enter the first base of this base. Luo Yuxing said. Both of them felt a little depressed at the same time. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. He didn't know where to go next. Going back to Universal wasn't an option, and Skyfire or the Chinese base was too far. He could only try to go to Sea City. At this time, Xie Dong had already sorted out a list of people who had not returned from all the entry and exit records of the base. Maybe they didn't even enter our base. Or has he been observing from the outside? Qiu Lily couldn't help but ask. Yuan Tianqing said, there aren't many of them. If they don't come into our base to resupply, I don't think they'll stay outside for too long. But what you said is not impossible. I don't think they'll return to our base. Most likely, they'll go to Sea City. I'll have the people in Sea City keep an eye on all the entrances, Xie Dong said. He didn't care how these people had appeared, he just wanted to know what to do next. Yuan Tianqing nodded. I agree. Qiu Lily shrugged. I'll go out and track them. Maybe I'll find more of them. With that, she stood and left the room. She came and went as she pleased. The others didn't react, continuing to discuss their next course of action. By the way, what's the size of the zombie horde in the second base? Yuan Tianqing asked Xie Dong. He only knew that other than Lin Qiao, there were Qiu Lily, Elmar, and Lin Kuei. There were 12 kings of the first rank of the 6th rank. But he didn't know how many level 5, 4, and 3 kings there were. The soldiers wearing sunglasses and masks that occasionally passed by the base every day were only level 3. There were no level 4 zombies among them. Xie Dong said, "There are more than 100 level 5 leaders, more than 500 level 4 zombies, and more than 2,000 level 3 zombies. We've divided them into 2 groups, and they've passed the training. The 3rd group is currently in training. With the blood control of the leader, they're very obedient." A group consisted of 1,000 to 1,500 people, but Lin Xiao had only arranged 1,000 to 1,200 zombies to form a group. So, the 2 zombie groups were being suppressed by Qiu Lily and El March. 5 level 1 kings were sent to assist them. Lin Kuei hadn't been recruited by Lin Xiao yet. As for the level 3 zombies, they weren't recruited by Lin Xiao either. They were just left to be raised, and any evolved ones would be caught and trained before being recruited. Although it was just 2 normal groups, they were zombies, and their collective strength was not something humans could compare to. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng looked at each other and nodded. "The number is less than we thought." According to the large number of zombies that Lin Xiao had brought back, as well as the ones that had been driven to Mount Wu to hide, there were at least 80,000, if not 100,000. They didn't expect that Lin Xiao had recruited only 2,000 to 3,000 people. Xie Dong said, "You all know that these low-level zombies didn't have much intelligence before. Even though the leader has modified them with his blood, the leader still doesn't feel at ease. After all, the instincts of zombies are still very troublesome. Many who didn't obey were killed directly. If they didn't obey now, they might die in the hands of others in the future. It was better to be cleaned up earlier, and at least they could contribute a zombie core." Yuan Tianqing nodded, "That's right." Lin Feng said, "We have to guard the secret of the second base. At the very least, we have to prevent them from being targeted by the other bases for the next 10 or 20 years. Xie Dong nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 955. Qiu Lily appeared on the wall of the base, following the smell in the air while sensing. Although Xie Dong said that the other party used an odor eliminator, the smell might have dissipated. But as long as the effect of the odor eliminator wore off, she would be able to distinguish the smell in the air within 10 kilometers. When Lin Xiao was not in the base, she would feel that it was her fault if anything happened. If the situation at the cultivation base was really leaked, then she would be a little embarrassed. But this time, no one thought that the person who came to investigate would use an odor eliminator. On the other side, Lin Xiao led the zombies to carefully sense the smell of the underground creatures. Standing on the roof of a building, Lin Xiao suddenly trembled. She turned her head at the same time as Wu Qingyue, and there was a strong pressure coming from that direction. "It's coming." Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. Elmar and the other zombies also felt it and immediately went into a state of alert. But no one let go of the level 5 zombie that was entangled on the tree. Lin Xiao suddenly turned around and took out a glass of water, then she cut her finger and squeezed a drop of blood into the water. Roar dash! When her blood appeared in the air, the level 5 zombie immediately exploded. His whole body tensed up and went into a state of alert. He stared at Lin Xiao and roared as a warning. Lin Xiao didn't say anything. She directly raised her hand and held his chin with one hand, making him open his mouth. Her other hand poured the water mixed with her blood into his mouth. Wu dash! The level 5 zombie was scared stiff and immediately let out a frightened cry. But because his mouth was blocked by Lin Xiao, he could only make half a sound. Gulp, gulp. Lin Xiao poured 70% of the water in the glass into his mouth, the rest flowed out. Then she let go of his hand and took a few steps back, then immediately flashed to Wu Qingyue's side. She pressed him down, "Go check it out." Although the smell was very strong, she didn't want to avoid it. Letting Wu Qingyue go check it out was just for a look. She didn't want to face it directly. After Wu Qingyue pulled Lin Qiao away, the other zombies also left. Before Xiao Liqing left, he turned his head and glanced at the level 5 zombie. He didn't understand why the female zombie leader left him here. After they left, the level 5 zombie's body shook, then its face changed and it roared ferociously. Roar, his whole body struggled, and the energy in his body began to overflow violently. It directly condensed into energy blades, and very quickly, the ropes on his body were cut. Roar, 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 but in the next second, the zombie rolled on the ground and began to roll. His entire body twitched as he curled up into a ball for a moment, then sprang up in the next moment, his 4 limbs flailed about as he struggled. After more than 10 minutes, he gradually calmed down. His clothes were also dirty and messy. The zombie stood up in a daze and looked at the ground blankly. After a few minutes, his black eyes gradually regained their original luster, but the color of his eyeballs became somewhat transparent. After he woke up, he looked around. Then he raised his nose and sniffed the air, then lifted his feet and slowly walked in the direction that Lin Qiao and the others left. On the other side, Wu Qingyue pulled Lin Qiao back to the entrance of the cave where they killed the level 7 gorilla. They stopped 2 kilometers away. Elmar brought number 8 and Summer, the 2 level first kings, to carefully approach. Lin Qiao frowned slightly. Even though she was 2,000 meters away from the entrance of the cave, the powerful aura made her very uncomfortable. The dissatisfaction in her heart made her unable to control her aura. She was stimulated to the point that she couldn't help but want to rise up and fight against the opponent. Wu Qingyue took a step forward and stood in front of her, helping her to block the aura. This is only level 8. It seems that the one we killed before made them vigilant, Wu Qingyue said. Lin Qiao said, it was just a guess before, I didn't expect these things to really evolve to level 8. Wu Qingyue couldn't see her expression, but he could feel that her aura was a bit suppressed, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she was vigilant. At this moment, Lin Qiao indeed had an instinctive vigilance in her heart, because the aura of this creature was indeed very powerful. It was much stronger than her, almost comparable to the pressure from the thunderclouds that Mo Yen created when he went berserk. However, in comparison, it was a bit weaker. But what made Lin Qiao feel suppressed was that this thing was too close to her base. After a huge black shadow crawled out from the ground, this pressure immediately formed an invisible wave that spread out. Even in the base that was dozens of kilometers away, everyone could feel it. Qiu Lily was standing on top of the wall and was the first to feel this aura. Then Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng and the others in the base also felt it. Then Ocean City's Xiao Yunlong and Zhou Shihui stopped what they were doing and looked out the window. What is that? Yuan Tianqing stood up from his desk and walked to the window to look out. Li Jing also seemed to feel an unusual aura, but he didn't feel it as clearly as Yuan Tianqing. What? Yuan Tianqing stared at the dark night outside and said, there is a very aggressive aura suddenly coming over, that should be the area where the underground creatures appear. There was some worry in his eyes as he murmured, I don't know what the leader and the others encountered. Li Jing walked to the window and felt that the aura was even more intense. He said, the leader and Leader Wu are together, they should be fine. Yuan Tianqing's eyes darkened, but he nodded, they should be. At this moment, Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao both frowned. A trace of uneasiness flashed through their hearts, especially Lin Qiao's feeling was stronger. She suddenly pulled Wu Qingyue, let's go. Then she sent an order to Elmar and the other zombies, telling them to quickly retreat. If Lin Qiao was at her peak, she wouldn't be afraid to fight with this level 8 underground gorilla, but she had a big belly now. She didn't dare to be careless. Wu Qingyue immediately reacted after being pulled by her, and immediately left with her in the blink of an eye. If this female zombie wasn't tied up with him, he certainly wouldn't have any scruples. But thinking that she was tied up with him, he couldn't let go of his hands and feet to fight. Then he could only temporarily evacuate with her. After the two of them disappeared, Elmar and the other zombies immediately turned around and dodged. All of them ran in the direction they went. The huge black shadow climbed out and stood up. It was a full 10 meters tall. After standing up, the aura on its body became stronger. It twisted its head to sense something, as if it was listening or sniffing. Chapter 956. All the mutated beasts within a radius of dozens of miles shrunk and quickly hid their auras before running away desperately. Some immediately hid in their nests and didn't dare to come out. Most of the birds also quickly flew out from the treetops and flew away. Even some of the mutated plants above level 5 quieted down. Wu Qingyue took Lin Qiao and left very quickly. In the next second, when the level 8 gorilla came out of the ground, Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao had already appeared more than 10 kilometers away. Lin Qiao stood still and turned to look at the direction of the level 8 gorilla. She was a little uneasy and hoped that the big guy wouldn't go in the direction of the sentient being's base. Wu Qingyue appeared with her in another direction, not in the direction of the sentient being's base. Of course, he knew that he couldn't appear in the sentient being's base at this time. If he lured the big guy there, it would be over. Elmar and the rest of the zombies were not slow and quickly appeared around the two of them. Only Xiao Liqing's speed was a little slower and he was still on the way. He couldn't help it since he was an earth element and not a wind element. Moreover, Xiao Liqing was unlucky enough to be targeted again. This time, it wasn't the level 5 zombie or the level 7 gorilla that was staring at him. The 10-meter-tall gorilla sniffed a few times in the air and began to take 2 steps in the direction of Xiao Liqing's scent. Then it lowered its upper body and stretched out its 2 thick elephant-like forelimbs to support itself on the ground. It bent its waist and stomped with its hind legs. Whoosh bang, a huge shadow shot out in the dark night, leaping more than 10 meters high and landing 40 or 50 meters away. Then, as soon as it landed, it leaped forward again, leaping another 10 meters high and 40 or 50 meters away. The gigantic figure created a gust of wind in the air, and when it landed on the ground, it shook the ground with a loud sound and dispersed the wind. Xiao Liqing was jumping forward from the top of another building when he suddenly heard a few vibrations behind him. The dangerous aura covered the ground and tightly locked onto him. Looking back, he saw a giant figure leaping towards him from afar. Xiao Liqing's whole body felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. The huge pressure made his face immediately pale. His forehead was also covered with a layer of dense sweat. "I've been targeted. Being watched equals dying." Just as his body stiffened and his reaction slowed after being locked on, the giant shadow had already closed the distance between it and Xiao Liqing with a few leaps. The huge sense of impending death made Xiao Liqing quickly sober up. Then, he began to run for his life. On the other side, Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue also noticed the situation. Both of them had a bad feeling. Wu Qingyue was a little anxious, but he hesitated. He really wanted to save Xiao Liqing. With him around, Xiao Liqing's life wouldn't be in danger. However, he still had his fiancée tied to him. With her current condition, it was even more impossible for him to bring her close to the gigantic beast. He was in a dilemma, but Lin Qiao narrowed his eyes and sensed something. Then he quickly ordered Elmar and the other zombies, "Go save them first, don't fight them head-on." Elmar immediately led a few rank 1 monarchs in Xiao Liqing's direction. None of the zombies they brought out this time were wind type. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome to find a wind type to bring Xiao Liqing along. Bang dash, another loud sound. Xiao Liqing looked back and saw that the giant shadow had already leaped more than 10 times in a few seconds. It had quickly caught up to him. At this time, it was more than 200 meters behind him. In a few blinks of an eye, it would be in front of him. Although his heart was full of danger, Xiao Liqing still calmed himself down. At least his boss was still here. Big Leader Wu would definitely not let anything happen to him. In addition, there were also the zombies from the base. Xiao Liqing felt that he wouldn't die here so soon. Don't look back. Elmar flashed to his side and pulled him forward. The other zombies immediately appeared, but they only used their abilities to attack the giant from afar. Xiao Old 8 was a metal type. His head was still wrapped in gauze, and the shape didn't look right. However, this didn't affect his combat ability. Countless metals around him were pulled out by him. Abandoned cars, various metal objects in the building, and even the steel bars in the wall were pulled out. Then they condensed into a huge steel arrow. With a wave of number 8's hand, these steel arrows immediately shot towards the giant's shadow. Roar Dash, the giant underground gorilla, saw the steel arrows flying over. It paused for a moment, waved its left arm, and swung its right arm. It swept away the 2-meter-long, 5-centimeter-thick arrows in a few moves. A few mist arrows pierced its body, but they only made a few ding-ding-ding sounds. Then they fell. None of them could pierce into its skin. They could only leave white marks on its skin. After sweeping away the arrow rain, the giant gorilla immediately leaped in Xiao Liqing's direction. At this moment, a huge condensed fireball with a dazzling red light smashed towards the giant underground gorilla. All four, who threw the fireball from afar, immediately flashed and disappeared in place. This was the most powerful fireball he had ever gathered. After throwing this fireball, he couldn't use his fire ability for the time being. He had to wait for more than 10 minutes. Just now, after Eighth Brother shot out those steel arrows, he also needed a few minutes of buffer time. Because Lin Qiao's order wasn't to fight head-on, they took turns to interfere with the monster, so that Elmar could gain some time. Boom dash, sure enough, the giant underground gorilla in mid-air couldn't avoid the fireball and was directly blasted down. But it didn't cause any damage. It only ignited some flammable objects around it. Roar dash, the giant gorilla rolled on the ground, crushing the flower beds on the side of the street. It stood up and roared angrily. Although these attacks didn't have any effect on it, they prevented it from catching up with its prey, which made it very unhappy. With Elmar's help, the distance between Xiao Liqing and the giant gorilla immediately increased. Seeing that Lin Qiao sent the zombies to help Xiao Liqing, Wu Qingyue was relieved. The hand that was holding Lin Qiao's wrist tightened. He slightly lowered his head and turned to her, saying, "Thank you." Lin Qiao replied calmly, "You're welcome." Maybe it was because Wu Qingyue's energy had decreased a lot recently. As long as she had physical contact with him, she could vaguely sense his thoughts. Therefore, she immediately noticed the other party's worry just now. Only then did she send Elmar and the other zombies to bring him back. Chapter 957. Except for Elmar, the other zombies were only level 6 or 5. Their abilities couldn't stop the giant gorilla. After the gorilla was thwarted again and again, it immediately became angry. Its counterattack was also sharp. When it fell to the ground, it was blocked by the mud wall and smashed into pieces with a swipe of its claws. When it was entangled by the wood vines, it could only struggle left and right before it broke. At this time, a figure sneakily circled around the battlefield, following Xiao Liqing and Elmarch. Seeing that Xiao Liqing was temporarily out of danger, Wu Qingyue continued to pull Lin Qiao away. Both of them wanted to see how far this eyeless monster could chase them. However, at this moment, the giant gorilla suddenly stopped. It swayed left and right, then turned around on the spot and stood there quietly for a while. Then it suddenly turned around and walked back. This time, it was walking slowly, not jumping dozens of meters like before. And as it walked, its aura began to quickly converge. Soon, it couldn't be felt. Ha! Elmar also felt it. She took Xiao Liqing to the roof of a building and looked at the direction of the gorilla. What's wrong? Xiao Liqing saw her and asked curiously. Elmar said, didn't you feel it? It didn't chase us and hit its aura. The movement also disappeared. Hearing her words, Xiao Liqing immediately felt it. Indeed, he could no longer feel the oppressive feeling that made him suffocate just now. He also couldn't hear the sound and vibration of the giant running. At this time, the closest to the giant gorilla were number 8, Summer and other level 1 zombies. They all quietly watched the giant monster's aura suddenly disappear and looked at it slowly walking back. The strange thing was, although it was big, there was no sound when it walked. Without a sound, he submerged his figure into the darkness of the night, disappearing in the darkness. C landed next to Old Six and looked blankly in the direction where the giant monster disappeared. Then he looked up at Old Six in confusion. Old Six looked down at him and shook his head. He opened his mouth and spoke in a hoarse voice, I don't understand. He didn't understand what was going on either. Why did the big guy that was chasing him suddenly stop? However, they did not let down their guard. Instead, they continued to stare at the giant gorilla and began to move silently in the darkness. However, they were no longer chasing after Xiao Liqing. Originally, the fresh scent of Xiao Liqing was its target for the night, but it wasn't the habit of a predator to give up on its prey. Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue, who were about to leave, immediately stopped and turned around. It stopped. He also withdrew his aura. A look of confusion flashed in Wu Qingyue's eyes. He asked in confusion, why? Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then subconsciously shook her head, indicating that she also did not understand. However, he quickly realized that Wu Qingyue couldn't see any good moves right now. He raised his hand and pressed it against her arm, saying, I don't know. After saying that, she let go of her hand and crossed her arms, trying to guess the behavior of the underground gorilla. The underground gorilla hadn't even activated its berserk state. Why did it stop halfway through the chase? Could it be some kind of scheme? Or did it change its fighting style? Was it preparing to ambush? The other party had withdrawn its aura, so Lin Qiao could only rely on its scent to determine its movements. At this time, Elmar brought Xiao Liqing back to the two of them. She was also puzzled by the giant monster's behavior. It turned back and didn't chase after us. It's not preparing to ambush us either. Elmar said. Lin Qiao looked at her and asked, are you sure? Elmar said, Old 6 and Old 8 are still watching over there. Why don't we wait for their report? 10 minutes later, C returned. He stood in front of Lin Qiao and spoke to her. He told Lin Qiao that the monster had indeed returned and that Old 6 and the others were still watching it. Lin Qiao frowned and muttered to herself in confusion, why did it give up? Could it be that it couldn't be too far away from the cave? She suddenly asked Elmar, where did it go just now? How far was it from the original cave? Elmar answered, about 10 kilometers away. Lin Qiao suddenly thought of a problem. When these things came out of the cave to look for food, they would only go in one direction. But each time, they wouldn't go far. No matter how many prey they caught, they would always retreat after a certain distance. The next time he changed his direction, the distance between them seemed to be the same. It seemed like they didn't dare to go too far. Then Lin Qiao thought of a possibility. She said, do you think these things don't have a sense of direction? Are they afraid of getting lost, so they don't go far? What if they go back the way they came and follow the scent they left behind? Elmar was startled and said, you said they might get lost. It seems possible. If a person was in a pitch-black environment, it was very easy for them to lose their sense of direction. And these underground creatures had been living underground for a long time. Their eyes had degenerated and they couldn't see anything. Of course, they didn't have a sense of direction in the dark. They could only rely on their 5 senses to sense the scent of prey or the scent they left behind as a mark. When Elmar spoke, Xiao Liqing and Wu Qingyue immediately understood what she meant. Wu Qingyue's eyes lit up and he nodded in agreement. That's possible. Many underground creatures actually don't have a sense of direction. That's why they don't dare to go too far on land. If the scent they left behind disappears, they might not be able to find their way home. But this was just everyone's guess. They weren't sure yet. Therefore, they didn't dare to let their guard down. If their eyes can't work, then they will be more sensitive to scent. I think this is very likely. Xiao Liqing, who had just been a little frightened, had calmed down and agreed. Next time, we can catch one alive and bring it back for research, Elmar said excitedly. Since these things wouldn't go too far on the ground, the danger to the base was temporarily reduced by 10%. Lin Chao said, let's go back first. I don't know the results of the research on the corpse that was sent back to the base. As she spoke, she went downstairs and released a few cars. She held her stomach and got into the back seat of the first car. Wu Qingyue didn't think and followed her into the first car. He didn't feel at ease letting her go too far away from him. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to protect her in time. This was the outside of the apocalypse. Any danger could appear in the next second. Xiao Liqing got into the driver's seat and watched Elmar climb into the co-driver's seat before starting the car. The other zombies were squeezed into the 2 cars behind. Chapter 958. Xiao Liqing had just started the car and was about to leave, when suddenly there was a bang-dash sound. A black shadow suddenly leaned on the windshield in front of him. Xiao Liqing was so scared that he reflexively leaned back. In the end, who else could it be other than that stupid zombie? What a lingering ghost. And, he's level 6 now. After Xiao Liqing calmed down, he immediately noticed something unexpected. He was just level 5 not long ago. Oh, he was level 5 before. But that's still the peak of level 5, it's time to break through. Elmar said calmly. These days, Lin Chao had fed this guy a cup of energy lake water every day. He had long reached a point. He didn't think that the cup of lake water that Lin Chao gave him before she left with her blood would directly make this guy level up. Xiao Liqing was silent for a few seconds, then raised his hand and pointed at the zombie that was still clinging to the front of the car. He turned to look at Elmar and said, "What do we do now?" What he meant was, why don't you hurry up and get him down? How can we drive like this? The road in front of us is completely blocked. Elmar shrugged and said, he didn't listen to us before, now that his strength has increased, he won't listen to us. Obviously, she didn't plan to care about this guy. Xiao Liqing turned his head and looked at her quietly. This is your zombie's business, you don't care. Do you want me to do it? Can I give this guy a shot? At this moment, suddenly, the zombie that had just leveled up from level 5 to level 6 in front of him climbed onto the roof of the car. Then there was no more movement. Xiao Liqing couldn't help but look at the roof, then turned back to look at the person in the back seat. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Let's go, you don't need to care about him. Someone will care." As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the empty seat next to him. With Wu Qingyue's words, Xiao Liqing immediately felt relieved and drove away. He acted as if he didn't know there was a zombie on the roof of his car. On the other side, Chiu Lily felt the strong pressure disappear, and then she let out a sigh of relief. But her heart was not completely at ease. This feeling of being threatened made her feel vaguely uneasy. However, the most important thing for her now was to find the person who dared to inquire about the cultivation base. Chio Lily carefully sensed that there were no signs of living beings in the safe zone around the base. She then extended her perception outwards. Suddenly, a strange aura flashed past. Chio Lily's ruby-like eyes lit up, and then her figure flashed. At this time, a few kilometers underground not far from the base of humanity, two figures were fleeing in a sorry state. Why is there a level 6 mutant snake here? This shouldn't be happening. Running at the front, Wang Chong said in shock and disbelief. Cut the crap. If you want to live, then hurry up and run. Luo Yuxing didn't want to talk, but his companion's nervousness would disrupt his judgment and reaction. There weren't many passages in the sewers to begin with. Soon, the two of them stumbled into a dead end. There was only a hole above their heads. The two of them didn't think too much and could only quickly climb up the ladder. However, as soon as they crawled out of the cave, they saw the shadow of a beast standing not far away. A pair of glowing eyes stared at them coldly. The coldness was no less than that of the huge black snake that was chasing after them. Using his flashlight, he saw a large dog standing there. Its entire body was pitch black, but its short fur gleamed with a glossy sheen. Seeing that he shone the light from the flashlight on his face, Wang immediately opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth for them to see. Its eyes! Its eyes! Luo Yuxing's face paled at the sight of the dog's eyes, and he felt even more despair. It was a pair of pitch-black eyes, without the slightest sliver of white. This meant that this wasn't a mutant dog, but a zombie dog. Its height was around 1.2 meters, its body was more than 2 meters long, and its 4 muscular limbs were extremely intimidating. No matter how one looked at it, it exuded an oppressive and dangerous aura. Bang! At this moment, the entrance to the tunnel behind the two of them was smashed open. A giant snake about the size of the manhole cover slowly slithered out. Halfway through, however, the giant snake suddenly stopped moving. Wang stared straight at the two of them. Under its gaze and that of the giant snake, Luo Yuxing and Wang Chong had lost the ability to move. They could only stiffly stand there, not daring to move. 2 minutes later, a chilly night breeze blew past. Wang silently glanced at Big Black, a hint of impatience flashing through its eyes. Why don't you hurry up and crawl out? What are you doing poking yourself in the hole? Big Black expressionlessly glanced back at its little companion, then continued to stare at the two trembling humans. Do you think I don't want to come out? Cut. Stop. Got. Good. Really? That's right, Big Black was currently stuck in the opening of the manhole, unable to move up or down. At this moment, a strange shadow flashed by and appeared next to Big Black. A mushroom spirit curiously stood behind Big Black, slightly bending over as it stared at its body that was buried in the hole. 2 tentacles hung down from the mushroom umbrella and bent over to support its mushroom head. It looked like a curious baby no matter how one looked at it. This was what Chio Lily saw when she appeared. After knocking the two unconscious, Chio Lily curiously looked at the strange posture of the snake and the mushroom. What's going on? Big Black, aren't you going to take your body out? The sewers are so dirty. Don't forget to take a bath. Chio Lily circled around Big Black and then retreated with a smile. Of course, Big Black didn't understand what she was talking about. But it could faintly understand the first half of her words. After being stuck for so long, Big Black's patience had run out. It shrunk its head back, and its aura suddenly changed. The mushroom spirit and Chio Lily immediately retreated. Boom! With a loud noise, Dahei's body was pulled out of the cement ground. Of course, its powerful movements had caused the opening of the manhole to explode. A look of understanding flashed across the eyes of the other three. Woof, Wong bluntly laughed, his eyes narrowing and his mouth opening, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Chiu Lily carried the two people and said, "Okay, then I'll be leaving first." "Thank you, you three." After saying that, she flashed away. Seeing that she had left, Wang knew that its task had been completed. In fact, these three had been playing on Mount Wu. After discovering Lu Jun and Hu Li's actions, they felt that there were two strange breaths nearby. Wang immediately understood something and immediately brought the other two friends to catch prey. After Wang evolved to the 6th level, its IQ was very high. Moreover, it had recently regarded the cultivation base, Mount Wu, as its territory. If there were strange breaths coming in without the consent of Lu Jun and the others, it would immediately be vigilant. Chapter 959. When Lin Qiao and the others returned to the base, she suddenly removed her invisible state, but she did not remove her distance control with Wu Qingyue. They entered through the gate of the second base. Now that the second base had been built, the guards at the gate were actually zombies arranged by Lin Qiao and Xie Dong. So when these guards sensed Lin Qiao's aura, they had already opened the gate and were waiting. For the unfamiliar level 1 leader sitting on the top of the leader's car, the guards pretended not to see him. After returning to the base, Lin Qiao sat in the office and began to listen to the work reports of Xie Dong, Duan Wan, Shen Yuzhen and the others. Wu Qingyue was in the lounge not far away, waiting for Xiao Liqing to bring Lingling over from Lin Feng's house. With Lin Xiaolu's perception ability, she was able to bring Wu Yueling to play in her house for more than half a month. Lin Xiaolu was already 8 years old, but she was a very sensible child. Especially after she met Lingling and Tong Tong, she could not help but feel a sense of responsibility as an older sister. So in many things, she would help her two younger siblings. With her existence, although Wu Yueling began to feel depressed after Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao left on the 3rd day, others would not be able to see her mood. Fortunately, Lin Xiaolu's ability was similar to Lin Qiao's, and she could sense the thoughts of humans. So when Wu Yueling's mood appeared, she would find ways to comfort her. So these days, Wu Yueling could stay here peacefully, although she did not speak every day and just sat quietly on the side. But with Lin Xiaolu, although she missed her father, she did not feel any fear. Soon, Xiao Liqing took Wu Yueling to the second base to find Wu Qingyue. The moment she saw her father, Wu Yueling immediately rushed over. Wu Qingyue picked up his daughter and looked at her. His daughter's clear eyes were filled with joy, and other than that, there were no other negative emotions. His heart relaxed, and he was relieved. Did Lingling miss Daddy? Wu Yueling hugged him and nodded, but she also knew that her father went out to work. She believed that her father would not abandon her, so she could quietly stay at Lin Xiaolu's place. Although when Xiao Liqing went to pick them up, he had already given some gifts. However, Wu Qingyue knew that he had to treat Lin Feng's family to a meal again to thank them. It was a good opportunity to find out why their family had such a good relationship with the female zombie. Wu Qingyue had never forgotten about this matter. Thinking of the indescribable tacit understanding between Lin Hao and the female zombie, Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes sunk. On the other side, Lin Qiao listened to the sudden events in the base. Apart from catching 2 spies at the cultivation base, there wasn't anything else. Investigate these 2 carefully. See what they found and whether they revealed anything. Lin Qiao frowned. Xie Dong nodded. Yes. Lin Qiao said to Shen Yuzhen, "Go and pass my order. Tell Lily to increase the security at the cultivation base." Shen Yuzhen nodded. Yes. After Lin Qiao finished speaking, he asked them to leave. Only Xie Dong was left. We'll have to intensify the training of the Third Army Corps, but we can't afford to be negligent. We must make them abide by the rules and control their behavior. Those who violate the rules will die. When it came to controlling the zombie army, Lin Chao's method was overbearing and cruel. He didn't give these level 3 and 4 zombies any room to relax. Otherwise, if these zombies couldn't control themselves and were exposed in the first base, the consequences would be very serious. At that time, the base would not only have internal problems, but also external problems. Xie Dong was originally from the army. Now he was in charge of the intelligence team and training the zombie army. With his current level of 6 zombie, it was a bit difficult for him. Fortunately, there was Elmar to suppress the 3 armies. Understood. Xie Dong nodded solemnly. Lin Chao looked at him and said, although Chiu Lily and Elmar are strong and have high levels, they know too little. So the army will have to trouble you a bit. Hold on for a while. When the time comes, I'll raise your level. Xie Dong's eyes flashed, but his expression didn't change. He was still expressionless, but his breath slightly fluctuated. Lin Chao said to him, when Wen and the others come back, I'll ask Lin Kuei to replace Elmar and let him stay in the base. Elmar will go out and gather the zombies that can be used to expand the army. Now, other than Sea City, the eyes of all the major bases may have shifted here. After all, Sea City and China have fallen out. In the future, the security bases in the country may be divided into 2 factions. So the strength of their own bases had to be quickly strengthened. After talking about the zombie army, Lin Chao asked Xie Dong to leave. Xie Dong was now her most practical subordinate. He was strong and his own strength wasn't weak. But as the number of the army increased, he might not be able to do it alone. So Lin Chao thought of waiting for little man to grow and her condition to recover before raising Xie Dong's strength. Then she brought Jing Yan up. Although Jing Yan's memory was a little fuzzy, she couldn't remember many things clearly. However, she still remembered many of the instinctive training that she had received in the past. She only needed to take a look to know what was going on. Her ability to accept things was also very strong. Lin Chao could also see that she had also received military training. But for the time being, she couldn't tell what kind of training she had received, so she threw her into the army to observe for a while. After Xie Dong left, a figure at the door sneakily stuck his head out and then went back in. Lin Chao turned her head and saw the person at the door suddenly appear. Then he stood at the door and stared at Lin Chao. Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the room? Seeing this guy, Lin Chao was a little speechless. Although he was modified by her blood and leveled up. But why didn't this stupid aura disappear along with it? This guy no longer stared at Xiao Liqing, but started to stare at her. The reason he stared at Lin Chao was actually very simple. It was because of the connection in his heart that he was controlled by Lin Chao, which made him subconsciously submit to her. But this guy's mind kept thinking why he would submit to her. Why was that? Seeing Lin Chao made him want to hug her leg. Why was that? Why? Why? So, after this guy came back, Lin Chao sent Elmar to lock him in a room, but now he ran out again. Looking at his face full of questions, it seemed like he had to give him an answer, otherwise he wouldn't leave. Lin Chao silently had the urge to cover her forehead. Don't run around, do you hear me? Go back first. Sighing helplessly, Lin Chao opened her mouth and ordered him. The young zombie subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave, but as soon as he turned around, he seemed to realize something and stopped. The next second, he turned back and continued to stare at Lin Chao. Lin Chao. Chapter 960. It was tiring to talk to a zombie that didn't understand human language, and this zombie didn't even understand zombie language. Lin Qiao speechlessly looked at the young zombie standing at the door. At this time, Elmar appeared at the door, and when she saw the zombie standing there with his back to the door, she was slightly stunned. Then she walked in and asked, "Why is he here?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "He ran here by himself, and refused to go back even when I told him to." Elmar walked to Lin Qiao's desk and sat down, and then looked back at the zombie. Then she turned to look at Lin Qiao and asked, "Then let him stand there." Lin Qiao thought about it. That guy didn't seem to understand what they were talking about anyway. So she said, "Let him stand." "How about it? How many of those zombies have evolved this time?" Elmar took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. "Here it is." When Elmar came back, she received another task from Lin Qiao and went out again. This time it was to check the zombie gathering area in the west. She hadn't been there for a few months, and the competition there was fierce. This time when Elmar went there, she found that there were no zombies that advanced to level 6, but there were a few that advanced to level 5. There were dozens of level 4 zombies, and a lot of level 3 zombies. So she controlled the hundreds of zombies from level 3 to level 5 and brought them back to the second base. She was ready to gather the third army and start training. Lin Qiao looked at the data on the paper and nodded. Although Elmar's face was very calm, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Qiao's stomach before leaving. She still remembered when she got out of the car, her surprised mood and Xiao Liqing's expression as if he had seen a ghost. Although she was shocked and subconsciously asked, Lin Qiao didn't answer her. After hastily taking care of everything, Lin Qiao left the office and prepared to go back to the dormitory. But when she stood up, she saw that the young zombie was still standing there, quietly looking at her. Lin Qiao's bulging stomach was immediately revealed when she stood up. When she came back, she didn't let others see it, and after sitting down, the table covered her stomach again. That was why Xie Dong and Duan Wan didn't notice her stomach. Lin Qiao looked at the other's appearance. To be honest, she could only roughly see his appearance. Because he was too thin, skin and bones, the muscles on his face shriveled. Her eyes were sunken and her lips were blue. Apart from the high nose bridge, the other facial features were somewhat distorted. But with a closer look, one could imagine the original appearance from the current facial features. Lin Qiao took a few glances and judged that this guy should have looked good before he turned into a zombie. He was 1.8 meters tall. Because his body was too thin, he stood like a bamboo, but he seemed to be long and thin. He looked more than 1.8 meters tall. "Come here." When Lin Qiao walked to the door, he waved at him and then walked to Wu Qingyue's lounge. Before she finished her work, Wu Qingyue couldn't go too far. Therefore, he could only wait in the lounge and take a look at the official documents that Li Yueshan brought him. When Lin Qiao entered, he saw that Wu Yueling had already fallen asleep on the sofa. He was covered with a blanket. Wu Qingyue looked up when he saw Lin Qiao. "Are you done?" Lin Qiao nodded and replied, Wu Qingyue immediately put away the documents and put them in the bag next to him. Xiao Liqing, who was next to Lin Qiao, picked up his file bag. When he saw the young zombie behind Lin Qiao, he frowned in fear. He was afraid that this guy would suddenly jump up. But this time, the young zombie didn't stare at him, but stared at Wu Yueling on the sofa. Lin Qiao raised her hand and couldn't help but pull his ear to the side. She pulled his head and said, "Don't eat." Then she turned her head and was about to say something to Wu Qingyue, but she saw Wu Qingyue suddenly fall to the ground. Everyone in the room was shocked and their expressions all changed. Of course, except for the young zombie who just arrived. "Leader." Xiao Liqing threw the bag and quickly stepped over to help Wu Qingyue up. Wu Qingyue didn't directly faint, he was still conscious. It was just that he blacked out for a moment and his whole body was weak. Now that he was helped up, he was somewhat awake, but his whole body was still soft. He let Xiao Liqing help him up, and waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes and looked at him, then opened them and said, "Let's go to the hospital." She was going too. She originally planned to go tomorrow. Because it was very late now, she didn't know if Lin Hao worked overtime. Then she turned her head to the young zombie following her and said, "Go back to your previous room." This time, she directly used her will to control the other party and released her own aura. The young zombie subconsciously shrank his neck when she stared at him like this. But this time he obediently walked away, looking back 3 times. Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa, leaning against the back of the sofa with his eyes closed. When the dizziness in his head passed, he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." At this time, Wu Yueling also woke up. She got up with a confused face and looked at everyone blankly. Lin Qiao said, "Let's go to the hospital first." Her tone was unquestionable. Xiao Liqing nodded in agreement. Wu Qingyue was stunned when he heard this, then nodded with a smile and said, "Okay then. It's rare for you to care about me. I'll go." Lin Qiao looked at him with a blank expression and said, "As a partner, isn't it normal for me to care?" After sending them to the medical department, Lin Hao rubbed his forehead and had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Lin Qiao and the others appear, he first looked at Lin Qiao and her stomach, then turned his head to look at Wu Qingyue. "Ah, our powerful leader Wu also has a time when he gets sick," Lin Hao said with a faint teasing smile. As a psychic now, there was no need to talk about physical fitness. Except for injuries caused by external factors, it was impossible for him to get sick. Wu Qingyue heard the half-teasing and half-sarcastic words and replied with a gentle smile, "No matter what, I'm also a human, not a god." Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and turned to walk to the clinic next to him. "Please come with me, the others wait in the office first." Although he really wanted to check on his sister's condition first, his sister just gave him a meaningful look. Lin Hao could only take Wu Qingyue to check first. Lin Qiao and Xiao Liqing were left in the office, as well as Shen Yuzhen who came to greet them in advance. But at this time, Shen Yuzhen was staring at Lin Qiao's stomach with her eyes wide open. Only now did she notice the strangeness of Lin Qiao's body. Xiao Liqing saw her look and guessed that this might be the first time she noticed her leader's condition. He couldn't help but look at Lin Qiao curiously. Chapter 961. Xiao Liqing's first reaction when he saw Lin Qiao's big belly was that his leader was cuckolded. Then he saw his leader's expression as if he was already used to it. His second reaction was, his leader actually became a stepfather. Now seeing that even Shen Yuzhen beside the female zombie leader had this expression, Xiao Liqing inexplicably felt a sense of balance in his heart. At this time, Shen Yuzhen suddenly turned her head to look at Xiao Liqing. Her eyes were blinking, meaning, "Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why did I see something I shouldn't have seen?" Xiao Liqing silently shrugged at her, with an expression of, "I don't know anything." Shen Yuzhen's expression kept changing, and suddenly looked at Xiao Liqing with a pitiful expression. "Ah, there's no hope for your leader." Xiao Liqing silently swallowed a mouthful of blood, and turned his head to look at the direction of the consultation room. Lin Qiao sat on the side, and had already seen the exchange of these two people's eyes. But she didn't care about them, and just pulled Wu Yueling to sit there. Wu Yueling was curiously looking at her big belly, and then reached out to touch it, but didn't dare to. Lin Qiao smiled, and pulled her hand to touch her own belly. Wu Yueling touched Lin Qiao's round belly through the fabric of her clothes. On one hand, she felt it was very novel, but on the other hand, she was confused why she couldn't hear little man's voice. Lin Qiao maintained the smile on her face, and said to Wu Yueling in her heart, because she fell asleep. Wu Yueling looked like she suddenly understood. Half an hour later, Wu Qingyue and Lin Hao finished the examination and came over. Lin Hao calmly said, "There's no big problem, maybe he lost too much energy recently, and his body can't adapt to this state for a while. It will automatically adjust in a few days." Xiao Liqing and Shen Yuling both looked puzzled. Xiao Liqing turned his head to look at his leader, and asked blankly, "Lost too much energy?" Wu Qingyue glanced at Lin Xiao, and just smiled at Xiao Liqing without saying anything. Just now, before he fainted, he did feel that more than half of his energy suddenly disappeared. He could even vaguely feel that the direction of the energy loss was on Lin Xiao, and he already had some predictions in his heart. And after Lin Hao said this, he immediately said to Lin Xiao, "It's your turn." After Lin Xiao handed Wu Yueling back to Wu Qingyue, he followed Lin Hao. In the consulting room, looking at Lin Xiao's belly that had doubled, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh, "It's so much bigger. I'm afraid there's not much time left." At this time, Lin Xiao's belly was almost 8 months big. However, Lin Xiao was tall and thin. Although his belly was big, it was not very conspicuous. Plus, she was wearing a loose skirt and a jacket. After letting Lin Xiao lie down, Lin Hao took the cloth with a hole in the middle and covered her stomach. Then, he asked her to pick up the clothes from below and expose her belly. After Lin Hao smeared a layer of liquid on her belly, he took the instrument and began to shine it on her belly. He turned his head to look at the image on the screen. In the image, there was a child in the dark shadows. "He's grown up. It looks like I'll be able to see my nephew soon." Lin Hao moved his hand on Lin Xiao's stomach as he watched. The image on the screen changed its angle. Lin Xiao lay down, turned her head to look at him and asked, "How is the child?" Lin Hao said, "The child is very good, but this figure." He paused for a moment. Lin Xiao saw him pause, and her heart slightly jumped. She asked him anxiously, "What's wrong with the figure? Is there a problem?" She subconsciously thought that there might be something wrong with the child's body, like a defect or something. Lin Hao looked at her with a smile and said, "What's the hurry? You didn't wait for me to finish. I mean, the child's figure is a bit fat." Lin Xiao, after a few seconds of strange silence, she opened her mouth and said, "Then." Lin Hao looked at her and said with a profound smile, "A bit fat, maybe it's not easy to give birth. So, according to a normal pregnant woman, in order for the birth canal to open normally, at this time, she should do some appropriate exercise." Lin Xiao looked at him blankly. Appropriate exercise. Thinking about it, there was indeed something like maternity exercises, but she was a zombie. Did she have to do that like a normal person? Lin Hao looked at her with a strange gaze, then coughed with a strange expression and said, "Cough, the exercise I'm talking about is double exercise. It's good for the birth canal to open." He felt that his words were already very obvious. Double exercise, opening the birth canal, this phrase was already very obvious. However, he ignored his sister's ignorance in this area. Lin Xiao still looked at him blankly and said, "Maternity exercises. Why do we need double exercise?" "Lin Hao," he said, "do you want to have a natural birth or a cesarean section?" Lin Xiao said subconsciously, "I heard that natural birth is good." Lin Hao nodded. It's indeed better for the child to have a natural birth, because their mother had already become a zombie. Lin Xiao didn't have an experienced person to guide her in this area, so she didn't know where to start. Lin Hao looked at her strange smile, and after a few seconds of silence, he said shamelessly, "The double exercise I'm talking about is for you to find the child's father to do bed exercises. And you have to do it more frequently, otherwise the effect won't be brought out." Lin Xiao, wait a minute, what did she just hear? Did this bastard want her to find Wu Qingyue to do that? Looking at Lin Hao's smile, she finally knew why she felt that his smile was strange. She had an urge to beat someone up now. Seeing his sister's dark face, Lin Hao subconsciously stood up and took a few steps to the side. He said to her, "Ahem, I'm doing this for your own good. You said you want to have a natural birth again. This child is a bit overdeveloped again. If you don't want to work so hard, then do it my way. Otherwise, when you give birth, it might get stuck. As a doctor, I'm just giving you advice in a good way." Lin Qiao, although Lin Hao was very unwilling, because this was simply letting Wu Qingyue take advantage of it. But for the sake of the child and Lin Qiao, he could only grab this trace of unwillingness and throw it out. Lin Qiao sat up with a dark face and took a tissue next to her to wipe off the liquid on her stomach. After tidying up her clothes, she said expressionlessly, "Is there any other way?" Lin Hao shrugged and said, "No. Don't tell me you want to do it yourself." Lin Qiao finally couldn't help but throw the tissue in her hand at him. Although he knew that the tissue wouldn't hurt, Lin Hao was a little afraid of Lin Qiao's imposing manner. He quickly dodged and defended with his hand in front of his face. "What am I doing? I'm doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful." Lin Qiao said angrily, "Shut up." Chapter 962. Lin Qiao didn't want to talk to him anymore and walked out the door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to glare at him. "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Hao raised both his hands. Okay. He walked out of the door and returned to Lin Hao's office. In addition to Wu Qingyue, Xiao Liqing, and Shen Yuzhen, Duanwan had also arrived. When Duanwan saw Lin Qiao's stomach that was different from before, she was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes slowly widened. "Boss." "No, Leader, it's not even been 2 months, how did you get pregnant?" "You hid one." Duanwan was so shocked that she almost shouted out the name she used to call him before the apocalypse, but she quickly changed it after she regained her senses. However, his expression did not change. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Qiao's stomach. Suddenly, something flashed through her mind, and her expression changed. Then, she looked as if she suddenly realized something. "Oh, that's why. I felt that you were a little fat some time ago." Only Duanwan and Lin Hao dared to talk to Lin Qiao like that. Shen Yuzhen did not dare to say that. From the familiarity in Duanwan's tone, it seemed like the two of them had known each other for a long time. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and a dark light flashed. Lin Hao was one thing, but why did Duanwan, who came from the Netherworld King's base, feel the same way? Although this female zombie had been building this base for almost a year, this Duanwan had only been by her side for less than a year. But her tone was like she had known this female zombie for a long time. What kind of background did this Lu Tianyu have that even he couldn't find out? Lin Qiao looked at Duanwan expressionlessly before looking at the others. Apart from Wu Qingyue and Lin Hao, everyone else looked puzzled and inquisitive. She said, "This is a divine fetus. Do you believe it?" Everyone. "Are you kidding me?" Lin Hao couldn't help but ridicule, "It's obviously a corpse fetus." Pa, just as he finished speaking, Lin Qiao, who was standing next to him, slapped him on the back of the head. Lin Qiao glared at him. "How dare this guy make me lose face? Don't always hit me on the back of the head, okay? Every time, you do it without saying a word." Lin Hao shouted out reflexively after being hit by her. Then, he suddenly realized that there were other people here, and his sister was still wearing someone else's body. "Ahem, all right. Both of you have been examined. If there are no problems, go back and rest. It's already so late, I should go home." Lin Hao touched his nose and said. Lin Qiao glared at him, then turned around and walked out. Shen Yuzhen and Duan Wan quickly followed. Wu Qingyue looked at the backs of Lin Xiao and the other two women as they walked out, then looked at Lin Hao and asked, "I remember that you are all from the Netherworld King's base. Lu Tianyu's hometown is in the north, and she has never been to the south before or after the doomsday. Why is he so familiar with you guys?" It was one thing for Lu Tianyu's temperament to change drastically after becoming a female zombie, but he was actually related to the Southern Underworld King's base for so long. If their relationship was so good, why didn't she directly go to the southern base in the past? Why did she stay in High City? And with these people around, she didn't need to rely on men to survive. That's not right, judging from her current abilities. Even if he was alone, he didn't need to rely on others, right? Suddenly realizing this, Wu Qingyue became even more confused. Lin Hao glanced at him and saw that the usual gentle smile on his face had disappeared. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were filled with scrutiny. "TSK, you only found out now that something is wrong. What have you been doing all this time?" Lin Hao pursed his lips and said. Wu Qingyue looked at him with a deep gaze and didn't speak. At first, he was very concerned about what the female zombie did to him before she became a zombie, but later, because of his daughter, he didn't pay much attention at first. Later, after noticing the change in her temperament, he did send Xiao Liqing to investigate. But after investigating for so long, apart from finding out the existence of Lu Tianyi, he didn't find any connection between her and these people from the Netherworld King's base. Looking at this woman now, she really wasn't simple. It was as if she had become another person. He said, "I found out a long time ago, but I couldn't find any clues." Lin Hao shrugged and said, "If she is willing to tell you, we naturally don't need to say it. If she is not willing to say it, then we can only remain silent. You are still in the mood to doubt her identity now. Aren't you concerned about how the child you left in her stomach will be born? This child has eaten too much of you recently." As he spoke, he looked at Wu Qingyue up and down with a smile. "Wu Qingyue. This look shouldn't be referring to a certain aspect of me, right?" He knew that Lin Hao's expression was just for show, and the meaning in his words indeed had nothing to do with a certain direction. But when it came to the child, Wu Qingyue immediately threw this to the back of his mind. "Do you mean there's something wrong with the child?" He narrowed his eyes and asked Lin Hao. "There is. If she's too fat, she might not be able to give birth. So during this period of time, you should seize the opportunity and do more exercise with our leader," Lin Hao said as he looked at him with a, look. Wu Qingyue, who heard that his child was too fat and his mother might not be able to give birth, was speechless. He didn't know what expression to express it. What if it was a little awkward? But who was Wu Qingyue? He was a man standing at the top. The awkwardness only lasted for a moment, and it was covered up by a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Why are you so generous now? Didn't you mind that I was too close to your leader before?" He still hadn't forgotten that this guy had the potential to be a love rival. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. His handsome face had an expression that said, "You're thinking too much about our relationship, aren't you? It's not what you think at all, okay? Besides, I'm a doctor. I'm just doing my duty to tell you this. Because you're the child's father, or do you want to find someone else?" Wu Qingyue's face immediately darkened because of the last sentence. "Impossible." Lin Hao pursed his lips and looked indifferent. "That's right." The two of them talked and didn't notice what Xiao Liqing, who was in the background, was thinking. Xiao Liqing thought, "The child is my leader's. Good thing it's not the grassland." "No. That's not the problem. The problem is that my leader actually got a zombie pregnant." "That's amazing." "Wait a minute, the child is already so big, why don't the brothers know?" "So sad." The leader is full of his own family. Shit, the leader slept with the female zombie leader. He must have slept with her again. Then why didn't Leader Wu become a zombie? Wow, he even dared to sleep with zombies. At this time, Xiao Liqing felt that there were too many questions in his mind, and he felt like his brain was going to crash. Lin Hao continued to smile and said, "Remember to be more diligent these days. This is beneficial for opening the birth canal when giving birth." Wu Qingyue also replied with a smile, "Of course, I will do this well. Thanked, Dr. Lin." After saying that, he turned around and left. But when he went out, he didn't see the person who should have followed him out. Xiaocheng. Xiao Liqing then came back to his senses. Oh. Chapter 963. After coming out of Lin Hao's place, Lin Qiao was stared at by two pairs of eyes. Lin Qiao walked and suddenly stopped naturally. She turned her head and looked at them. "What are you looking at?" "Yuzhen, go ahead and watch the road. I can't be exposed now." Shen Yuzhen was stunned when she suddenly turned around and spoke. She nodded and said, "Oh. Got it." With her current appearance, if someone found out that the female leader of this base was pregnant at this time, it might be leaked out. It was more likely to cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Lin Qiao had to try his best to avoid people who were not involved in this area. Seeing Shen Yuzhen walk to the front, Duan Wan said, "You can still get pregnant. Can your body provide nutrition for the baby in your belly?" Duan Wan, who had come to her senses, stared at her belly with a curious expression and continued, "It has been at least 7 months, right? Or 8 months. Isn't his growth cycle the same as ordinary people's?" Lin Qiao looked at her and said, "To be honest, it has been more than 10 months, almost." Duan Wan's eyes widened slightly, and then she asked with a gossipy face, "Who is the baby's father? He can't appear by himself, can he?" Lin Qiao turned around and walked forward without saying anything. Duan Wan continued, "Then Leader Wu has no hope at all. I was quite optimistic about him before." "Oh, no, does he know that you have been hiding so well?" "Oh, now he must be desperate when he sees your belly." Lin Qiao, who was walking in front, said impatiently, "TSK, is it really okay for you to gossip with such a serious face every time? Can you stop asking? You're so annoying." Duan Wan pursed her lips and said, "Well, I won't ask. I'll wait for the baby's father to appear. Anyway, he will know sooner or later. Let's see how long you can hide it." Although they were superior and subordinate, they had been comrades for many years and had a good relationship. Therefore, Duan Wan felt no pressure to gossip about Lin Qiao's current situation. When Lin Qiao took Duan Wan out of the hospital through a hidden passage, she immediately got into the car. The irrelevant people in this area were cleared away by Shen Yuzhen and the guards, so no one saw Lin Qiao. After sitting in the car, Lin Qiao touched her belly. He couldn't help but complain, "Who asked you to eat so much? You're so fat, it's hard to give birth to you properly. From now on, eat less." When he returned, he had to arrange for Wu Qingyue's accommodation to be further away. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao immediately said to Shen Yuzhen, who was outside the car, "Later, arrange for Wu Qingyue's place to stay a little further away, but not more than 200 meters away from my place." Shen Yuzhen looked at her blankly. "Ah." Lin Qiao said, "Don't, just do as I say." Shen Yuzhen nodded. "Oh, got it." After saying that, he turned around and left. Duan Wan was about to start the car, but Lin Qiao asked her to wait. "What's wrong?" Duan Wan didn't quite understand. The leader had disappeared for almost 2 months. Not only was he pregnant, but his behavior was also unpredictable. "Wait a minute. Lin Qiao looked into the hospital. Sensing that Wu Qingyue's breath had left the front yard, he said, "Let's go." Duanwan then drove the car away. On the other side, Wu Qingyue looked left and right, but didn't see Lin Qiao, so he asked, "Where are they?" Xiao Liqing shrugged and said, "I don't know, maybe they went back first. But this time, why do we have to live in their second base? Didn't we always live in the first base?" The second base was the secret area of this base. They were both outsiders. Was it really good to live there? Thinking of all kinds of strange zombies, Xiao Liqing felt a bit depressed. "What are you afraid of? They dare to arrange for us to live there. Anyway, we can pretend that we didn't see what we shouldn't see, and shut up about what we shouldn't say. If they didn't live there, the female zombie would live here. Wouldn't it be easy for her situation to be discovered? Then it was better to live in the second base." It took more than 10 minutes to drive from the medical department of the first base to the second base. Soon, they passed through the gate of the high wall, and then Xiao Liqing was a bit confused. "They didn't tell us where we're staying. They didn't bring anyone to guide us, so where are we going now?" Wu Qingyue said, "Go directly to their living area." Xiao Liqing nodded, "Okay." After walking for a while, they saw another car following behind them. It should be the female zombie leader who just came out from the medical department. After arriving at the living area of the second base, they saw that the car behind was indeed their leader's. After parking the car, Lin Qiao got off the car while holding her stomach. Shen Yuzhen didn't know when she came back. Seeing this, she wanted to help her up, but was stopped by Lin Qiao. She hadn't reached the point where she needed help. Seeing Wu Qingyue carrying Wu Yueling, she walked over and said, "Stay with me in the same building for now. Send a few more people to follow Ling Ling." This was a zombie area. Although the people who lived here could control themselves rationally, she had to be on guard. However, she had no choice but to take precautions in case something unexpected happened. Wu Qingyue's mouth curved into a familiar smile, and nodded, "Understood." Shen Yuzhen walked over, "I've arranged a room for you, please come with me." Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Qiao, then turned around and followed Shen Yuzhen with Xiao Liqing. Lin Qiao saw that he was looking at her, and there seemed to be a deeper meaning in his smile. She couldn't help but think of the suggestion Lin Hao gave her, and her face darkened. What kind of stupid suggestion was that? Who would sell their own sister like that? Seeing Wu Qingyue's proud face, Lin Qiao felt that she didn't need this guy's help. If it really didn't work, she could just cut her stomach open. Besides, from now on, I'll just let little man eat less. Going upstairs, Lin Qiao told Duanwan, "During this time, if there are any problems, tell them to come to me. I won't be in the first area for the time being." Duanwan nodded, "Understood." Just as the two of them walked up, suddenly a figure jumped out from the corridor next to them. Before Duanwan could react, he pounced on her and pushed her to the ground. Duanwan groaned. Her back hurt a little when it hit the ground. But her whole body was shaken, and she felt dizzy. For a moment, she felt like there were stars flying above her head. "Don't bite!" Lin Qiao quickly shouted. Only then did Duanwan slightly wake up. She saw that the one on top of her was a strange male zombie. At this time, he was about to bite her face. Maybe he heard Lin Qiao's scolding, so he stopped. Seeing that Lin Qiao didn't let him bite, the young zombie closed his mouth and looked at Duanwan with regret. Just when the two of them thought he would get up, the zombie suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked Duanwan's face. Duanwan, whose right face was covered with zombie saliva, was speechless. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 964. Get up. Lin Qiao said. The young zombie that was on top of Duanwan moved a bit and got up reluctantly. Duan came back to her senses when she saw the guy finally got up. However, halfway up, a zombie's knee slipped on the floor. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. This time, because of its posture, its whole face hit Duan's chest. Well, ouch. Duan felt a dull pain in her chest and subconsciously cursed. Why was she so unlucky? Being licked in the face by a zombie was fine, but why was she hit in the chest? Oh. Her heart hurt. Lin Qiao sighed and lifted the young zombie up with her hand on the waist. She said to him with disappointment, "Can you not jump on every living person you see? Don't eat people in the future. If you want to eat meat, wait for a while and then I will give it to you. But you can't eat people anymore, okay?" If he wanted to eat meat, he could eat mutant meat like Lu Tianyi and others after the virus in his body had adapted. However, it would indeed take a long time for that to happen. The young zombie looked at her with a blank face and his eyes were full of doubts. What was a person? He didn't eat people. What was a person? What was meat? Although Lin Qiao's blood made this zombie level up and it was easy for her to control. But this guy's IQ obviously hadn't recovered. Duan stood up with a blank face and stepped a few steps away from the young zombie with some lingering fear. She retreated to the other side of Lin Qiao and asked while wiping her face, "Who is this? You just accepted him." Lin Qiao didn't answer Duan's question, but stared at the young zombie and shouted, "Did you hear that? As I said, don't eat people in the future. No, stay away from living people in the future." Then she pointed at Duan to the young zombie. The young zombie then understood. Oh, the person Lin Qiao was talking about was the food. But it wasn't that he wanted to eat, but the food smelled so good. He couldn't help but want to jump on it, not to mention the food was so close to him, it would be a waste not to jump on it. Answer. Lin Qiao stared at him with cold eyes. Roar. The young zombie was glared at by her, and subconsciously responded. Only then did Lin Qiao put away the coldness in his eyes and said to him, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay inside? Go back." The young zombie was a little afraid of Lin Qiao's cold expression and her aura, although he was not very willing. However, he still obediently retreated, but he retreated horizontally. His feet moved, but his eyes were fixed on Duan, who was standing beside Lin Qiao in the opposite direction. From time to time, he would glance at Lin Qiao carefully. "Hurry up and go." Lin Qiao couldn't help but urge him to hurry up when he saw him dawdling. The young zombie immediately shrunk and turned to run. In the end, Duan covered her face with her hands and Lin Qiao helplessly looked up at the ceiling. She didn't understand, this guy was now a level 6 zombie, it was fine if he fell down often, but why did he hit the wall? However, the zombie that hit the wall didn't feel anything at all. He blankly held onto the wall, and then continued to walk forward with a blank face. Only then did Lin Qiao lead Duan up the stairs. When we were near the underground gorilla cave, this fellow appeared on his own. He wasn't afraid of me, Wu Qingyue, or Elmar's aura, and jumped on Xiao Liqing. However, this guy is stupid, and he doesn't have any smell of blood on him, and I don't know what ability he has. I thought it was a little strange, so I brought him back. Duan heard that Xiao Liqing had the same treatment as her, and her heart felt better. She said, "He jumps on anyone he sees, is it safe to bring him back?" Lin Qiao looked back at her, and suddenly smiled. He didn't touch Xiao Liqing, he was only level 5 before. So, his treatment is different from yours. Duan, she didn't want to know this, okay? Lin Qiao continued, "Didn't I say that he doesn't have any smell of blood on him, and he doesn't have any hostility? He probably hasn't eaten a living person, or even a dead person. That's why I thought it was strange." Duan's face didn't look good, I was infected by him. She couldn't say that she was licked, so she could only swallow it back. But she remembered that he was a zombie, and his mouth was full of viruses. Lin Qiao smiled, "Don't worry, it's fine. Even if you're infected, as long as you're not dead, I can cure you." Duan was stunned, and suddenly realized what she had said. She asked in surprise, "You have a way to cure the zombie virus?" Hearing her question, Lin Qiao nodded. She didn't hide it, "I have a way, but only I can do it." She had realized this problem when Lu Tianyi had become a zombie last time. When she had bitten Lin Yu, he hadn't died yet. But Lu Tianyi was already dead. Moreover, if she put her virus on other zombies, her virus source would directly devour the virus source of other zombies. From this point of view, Lin Qiao confirmed this matter from Lin Yu. There was no need to confirm it. Duan slightly opened her eyes wide, and suddenly said with some disbelief, "I feel that after you changed your body, you have a lot more skills. You can even do this." Lin Qiao just smiled and didn't say anything. As Lin Qiao's assistant and guard captain, Duan's dormitory was also in the second base. She was the only living person in the second base, and the others were all zombies. But in the past, everyone was familiar with each other, so no one would have any thoughts of eating Duan. But now it was different, because there was a zombie with an abnormal IQ. So when Duan slept in the middle of the night, she suddenly felt a weight on her body. She suddenly woke up, and subconsciously lifted her hand, directly flipping the person on top of her off. Then she quickly turned off the bed and pressed on top of the person, and in the blink of an eye, she pulled the person's hands behind her back. Then she used her ability to seal the person's hands. "Who are you?" Duan sat on the person's back, and she felt a cold under her body. She knew that the person was definitely not a human. Yes, there were only zombies here. Apart from Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing and a child, she was the only living person. Roar dash, the zombie on top of her struggled vigorously, and the strength was so strong that Duan couldn't hold it down. But when she heard his roar, Duan didn't understand. After all, those who could live in this building were basically able to speak. Why didn't the person speak now, but only roar? And the voice was inexplicably familiar. Duan stood up to turn on the light, and when the light came on, she saw the zombie on the ground. Wasn't it the one that licked her face tonight? You dare to disobey the leader's order? Duan angrily stared at the young zombie on the ground who had struggled to sit up. Chapter 965. Duan was shocked that the zombie didn't listen to Lin Qiao. Generally, when a level 7 zombie gave an order to a lower level zombie, the level effect was very obvious. Why did it lose its effect in the eyes of the zombie in front of her? She looked at the stone lock she made with her ability and locked his hands. She could feel that he was very strong just now, but now she didn't see him break free from the stone lock she made. Wasn't this guy level 6? On the other side, Lin Qiao was lying in his bedroom, holding the energy core of a level 6 mutant beast in his hands and absorbing it with his eyes closed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the living room. Lin Qiao sensed the two auras outside the door and put the half-absorbed energy core into the space. He patted the dust off his hands and got out of bed. After walking through the living room and opening the door, he saw Duan in pajamas standing outside the door with a calm face. After seeing Lin Qiao open the door, he stretched out his right hand and picked up the zombie next to him. "This guy attacked me at night, do you want to deal with him?" Lin Qiao looked at the young zombie and saw that this guy had his hands behind his back, looking like a little wife. She couldn't help but ask, what happened to him? Duan said, "Oh, he became like this after I accidentally beat him up." "Are you sure he is really level 6? Is he level 3? Otherwise, How could he be so scared after being beaten by her? He attacked you at night. Lin Qiao frowned and stared at the young zombie. Every time he listened to her order, he would forget it. Duan Wan said angrily, why didn't he attack Xiao Liqing's room? Why did he come to my room? Could it be that his room is further away than mine? She wasn't the only one with the aura of a living person. Lin Qiao looked at her subtly and suddenly said, maybe you are weak. Xiao Liqing is at the 6th rank after all. Duan Wan was speechless. She couldn't refute this, so Duan Wan turned her head and stared at the young zombie coldly. This guy hasn't recovered his memory yet and I don't know if he can remember his name. Let's call him Zhou, number 9. Lin Qiao suddenly remembered that this guy didn't have a name, so she gave him a number. Then she turned her head and stared at the young zombie. From now on you will be called Zhou. Let me ask you, I just told you not to eat people, why didn't you listen? Believe it or not, I'll destroy you if you do this again. As she spoke, she held onto her waist and raised her hand to slap the other party's head. Roar, I didn't eat her. As a result, the young zombie suddenly roared at Lin Qiao. He really didn't want to bite her, he just wanted to lick her. Can't I bite it or lick it? This was too much. Didn't you want to eat her? Then why did you run into her room? Seeing that this guy still dared to talk back, Lin Qiao glared at him and scolded. Roar, roar. Roar. I didn't, she smelled so good. I just wanted to smell it. The young zombie saw Duan Wan staring at him coldly. He didn't know why he didn't dare to tell Lin Qiao that he wanted to lick her, so he changed his words. Are you a dog? What are you smelling? Lin Qiao raised his hand and smacked the zombie's head again. Duan Wan didn't understand the zombie language, but she could guess from Lin Qiao's reply. But she was very sleepy now and didn't have the mood to continue listening. I'll leave him to you, I'm going back to sleep. Then she waved to Lin Qiao and left. Lin Qiao looked at her and was speechless. In any case, she was also her boss. This woman didn't have any manners at all. Not only did she disturb her sleep in the middle of the night, she also brought trouble to her. But seeing that this trouble was brought back by herself, Lin Qiao inexplicably felt that she was reaping what she sowed. She used her breath to call Lu over, take him to your room, don't let him run around. Call him Zhou from now on. Since she couldn't leave him alone in the room, then she would find someone else to take care of him. Lu looked at the young zombie and nodded to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao said to the young zombie, if I see you running around again, I'll dig out your zombie core. Then her 5 fingers turned into claws, popped out sharp nails, and grabbed the top of the young zombie's head to threaten. Roar, the young zombie's body stiffened and his vital point was threatened. Lin Qiao withdrew her hand and said to Lu, take him away. Then she closed the door and went back to the room. When she turned around, she suddenly saw a man sitting on the sofa in her house. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Now the energy on Wu Qingyue's body was obviously weaker than before by half. It seemed that his strength had probably fallen to the 6th or 7th level. Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He crossed his legs and looked at Lin Qiao with a faint smile on his face. I heard some movement here, so I came to check. Lin Qiao looked at him with a blank expression. Well, you've seen it. It's not a big deal, can you go now? I won't see you out. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, no, I'm not going to leave. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes and stood there with her hands on her waist. She felt a little tired standing like this, her stomach was too heavy. So she turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Since you like my sofa, then do as you please. Then she walked into the bedroom door and slammed the door. She didn't care if he entered her bedroom or what he was doing in the living room. After Lin Chao lay on the bed, she took out the half-absorbed energy core and continued to absorb it. Wu Qinghua sat on the sofa and turned his head to look at the closed door. After a while, he got up with a faint smile and left. At the same time, in a dark room in a certain civilian area of the Sea City base. "You mean, the land in Sea City can't be used to grow anything?" someone asked hesitantly. "That's right, I spent a lot of effort to finally find out about the cultivation base here." Zhou Shihui has been frowning because the land can't be used to grow anything. He seems to have thought of many ways to experiment, but none of them had any useful results, another person replied. "But then why did they release the news to let Huaxia know that they have this kind of technology?" a third person asked, also puzzled. "Unless they released fake news," the first person guessed after thinking for a while. This time, Sea City released fake news, in fact, to stop the trade channel with Huaxia. To let Huaxia be greedy and then do something. Sea City used this as a reason to shed all pretense of cordiality with Huaxia and then rise independently. But Sea City did have a lot of fresh vegetables recently. If Sea City didn't grow them themselves, where did they come from? Second bro, is your information accurate? Of course my information is accurate. Look, this is the land test report from the cultivation base. As second bro spoke, he took out his phone and showed a few photos to the others. Sure enough, it was the latest land test report from Sea City's cultivation base. Chapter 966. Although Lin Chao's body was heavy, she still wanted to run to the cultivation base. Looking at the zombies working in the field, Lin Chao held her chin with her arms. "It's only been 2 months, and you're really scary." Lu Jun stood next to Lin Chao, looking at her bulging belly and said, "Don't ask anything, I won't say anything." Lin Chao looked at her indifferently. Lu Jun, Lin Chao pointed to the mountain and said, "I think we should use the mountain as a military base, and let the zombie legion be stationed there for training. In the future, this area will really be a restricted military area, and no one is allowed to enter." Originally, there were still many people in the base who knew the location of the cultivation base. Later, when the second virus broke out, Lin Chao asked Lu Jun to say that it was a military base, and also used the excuse of a restricted military area as an excuse, and no one was allowed to enter the base. But now that the zombie legion was getting bigger and bigger, in addition to the second base, they had to find another place to make a hidden training ground. Anyway, ordinary people couldn't enter the cultivation base, so it was better to directly use this mountain as a training base. Farming while training. Lu Jun turned his head to look, and didn't have any opinion. He nodded, understood. Lin Chao walked to the front of the cabin. There was more than one cabin here, and it was unknown when a row of cabins was built next to it, and there was also a treehouse built on the tree behind it. Both inside and outside the cabin were left behind by the zombies. Now the scale of the cultivation base had expanded to dozens of acres. The half of the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain were all dug by Lu Jun and Hu Li. The three of them brought the zombies out, and then used the energy lake water that Lin Chao gave to dilute the soil here. After solving the problem of the soil infection, most of the remaining plants relied on the water and Logia zombies' abilities to grow. As for the level 3 zombies without abilities, they could only hoe the weeds and plow the land. Lin Chao stood in the open space in front of the cabin, and took out the vegetables that Lu Tianyi usually picked from the space. Although she had recovered a bit of her ability, she still couldn't enter the space. Fortunately, she could still see the situation in the space, and with just a thought, she could communicate with the zombies in the space. Looking at the development of the cultivation base, there didn't seem to be any problems. Lin Chao returned to the second base and sat in the meeting room to call the higher-ups of the zombie army over. After Elmar, Chiu Lily, Xie Dong, and the others came in, they first silently glanced at her stomach, then found a place to sit. Now, everyone at the second base basically knew about Lin Qiao's situation, but Lin Qiao didn't say anything. Everyone was curious about the child's father. Who was it that could make Lin Qiao, a zombie, pregnant? Could it be that the man was also a zombie? Lin Qiao pushed all kinds of strange thoughts aside. After everyone sat down, he asked Shen Yuzhen to open the map on the conference table. He pointed at a location on the map with a stick and said, "We've always said that the plantation base is a restricted military area to prevent ordinary people from getting close. Now, I plan to establish an official military base there and use the back of the mountain as a training ground for the army. This place will be the first army's base for the time being. I intend to place the second army's base in the area of the underground creatures and station an elite group here. Pay attention to the movement of these underground creatures at all times." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the location Lin Qiao pointed at on the map. "Are you saying that we should select some of the stronger soldiers from the 3 legions to come here?" Elmar asked. Lin Qiao nodded. "Yes, the area within a 100-mile radius is now a dangerous area. We have no way to deal with these underground creatures, we can only think of ways to take precautions." Based on their previous investigation, these things didn't have a large range of movement on the surface, but they had a large range of movement underground. "Now, we found 3 exits, and each one is about 10 kilometers away. It seems that the next exit shouldn't be more than 10 kilometers away." Lin Qiao used the stick in her hand to draw a circle on the map, marking out the activity range of the underground guerrillas. But this location was less than 70 kilometers away from the base, so it wouldn't take long for other exits to appear. Lin Qiao now had to be on guard against the direction of the next exit. If it was at the base, then she had to prepare for the worst. If it was in another direction, then it wouldn't be a problem. Qiao Lily had never seen these things before, so she asked curiously, "You said that they don't move much on the surface, why?" Lin Qiao looked at her and smiled, "Because they are blind, they rely on the scent they leave behind to tell the direction. If they walk too far on the surface, the wind will be strong, and their scent won't stay for long." Qiao Lily understood a little. "Oh, so they can't tell the direction, right?" Elmar frowned and said, "But the number of zombies we have is still too little. If we were to take out 1,000 zombies to defend the base, wouldn't it affect the base when there are less than 2,000 zombies left?" Lin Qiao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about the base for now. Anyways, Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng are there, and the survivors' army is not just for show. Don't worry about this." Elmar nodded and didn't say anything else. "Then who will suppress them if we send the zombies over?" At this time, Qiao Lily asked. Since they were going to send 1,000 zombies, they would definitely have to send a level 7 zombie to suppress them. Qiao Lily subconsciously looked at Elmarch. Currently, the level 7 zombies in the base were Elmar, and Lin Kuei, who was far away at Lake Tai. Since Lin Kuei was no longer around, he would have to choose one of them. Lin Qiao looked at Elmar and didn't say anything. Elmar already said, "Of course I will go, and I am more familiar with these creatures." Elmar was no longer the little girl she used to be. She had learned a lot and matured a lot. She had also matured a lot. Her personality was originally more stable, so naturally, she grew up much faster than Qiao Lily. Although Qiao Lily was strong, her mind was still relatively naive, and she didn't have a big heart. Her opinions on big things weren't as mature as Elmar's. Lin Qiao nodded, "Yes, that's what I think. But Lily, if you want to go out and play, you can go, but don't go too far." Qiao Lily nodded, "Oh, I know." Lin Qiao thought about it, then looked at Xie Dong and said, "Train the new zombies quickly." Huaxia and Haiqing had a falling out, and I had a feeling that they would start fighting soon. At that time, we can't avoid being involved. Yes. Xie Dong nodded. Chapter 967. After the meeting with the zombies, Lin Qiao immediately called for an internal meeting in the base. This was the first time Lin Qiao had seen Yuan Tianqing in the past 2 months. Lin Qiao didn't plan to hide her current situation from him. Therefore, there was no need to be secretive during the meeting. Therefore, when Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng came to the second base for the meeting, they didn't pay much attention to Lin Qiao's condition when they entered the meeting room because she was sitting. The second thing is that I send a zombie army to guard there. The location is here. It's 40 kilometers away from our base. It's not very far. If anything happens, Elmar will send the news back immediately. Lin Qiao pointed at a point on the map with the stick in her hand and said, "It's too simple to make a military base in Wushan. The terrain there isn't complicated. Although there are mountains, the area is too small." And as Yuan Tianqing was speaking, he suddenly noticed her stomach. His expression changed as he stared fixedly at her abdomen. Seeing that Yuan Tianqing suddenly stopped talking, everyone looked up at him strangely. In the end, they saw him staring straight at Lin Qiao. "Oh, don't you know about this?" Elmar suddenly looked at Lin Qiao with a smirk. Lin Qiao looked at her and then at Yuan Tianqing without saying anything. Lin Feng also noticed and said in surprise, "Wait, she's already so big. It's only been 2 months, right? What did you make her eat?" His words made Yuan Tianqing turn his head and stare at him. He moved his lips and asked, "What's going on?" "Lin Feng, do you know?" The shock in his heart hadn't passed, but the confusion in his eyes remained. There was a thought in his heart, but he didn't want to believe it. How could she? That must be an illusion. He must have seen it wrong. Or was there something wrong with Lin Qiao's body? But Lin Feng's words seemed to shatter his conjecture. Lin Feng smiled and looked at her stomach. "Everyone has been busy recently and you haven't come out. I didn't expect you to be so big. Are you going to give birth soon?" "What did Haozi say?" Lin Qiao looked at him and then at everyone else. She realized that everyone had suddenly thrown their work aside and were not prepared to continue the meeting. From the looks of it, were they going to find out what her stomach was like before continuing the meeting? "Can't you all be more serious?" She pursed her lips and remained silent. "It seems like Uncle Lin already knew about it. Even we don't know," Qiu Lily suddenly said sourly. They had only seen it in the past 2 days, and they were all shocked. Shen Yuzhen smiled and said, "Even I only found out when the leader came back the day before yesterday." Everyone stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng wiped the smile off his face. He glanced at everyone expressionlessly and cleared his throat. "Be serious, do you still want to continue the meeting?" Elmar glanced at Yuan Tianqing, who was still in a daze. She then looked at Lin Qiao and said, "Actually, I want to know how our leader did it. You're about to give birth to a baby. Who's the baby's father?" Yuan Tianqing snapped back to reality when he heard the word baby. He turned around and stared at Lin Qiao. There was a complicated look in his eyes, and he seemed to be hurt and disheartened. Looking at everyone's expressions, it wasn't what he thought it was. Even if he didn't want to admit it, the truth had already happened. The woman he loved not only became a zombie, but she was also pregnant with someone else's child as a zombie. He already had a child, how could he not give up? There was a dull pain in his heart, and it was even worse than when Lin Qiao rejected him. Yuan Tianqing couldn't maintain the expression on his face anymore. His eyes started to lose focus, and his spirit dimmed. Lin Feng knew Yuan Tianqing's feelings, so he didn't say anything. Lin Qiao glanced at Yuan Tianqing and knew that today's meeting couldn't continue. They could only disperse for now. But we still don't know who the father of the child is. Chiao Lily puffed up her cheeks unwillingly and looked at Elmarch. Everyone present didn't know who it was. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes and said, "You guys might find out in the future." "Alright, let's go. Everyone go out, and come back tomorrow to finish today's meeting." She glanced at Yuan Tianqing and then at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gave her a look, then stood up and patted Yuan Tianqing's shoulder before leaving. Duan Wan wasn't in the meeting room, she was guarding outside the door. But she knew Yuan Tianqing's feelings for Lin Qiao, and when Lin Qiao and the others came out, she accidentally saw Yuan Tianqing's expression. "What's wrong with Deputy Leader Yuan?" Duan Wan asked Shen Yuzhen in a strange voice. Shen Yuzhen and Lu Jun were standing together, and after hearing Duan Wan's words, they both looked back at Yuan Tianqing. They saw that he was sitting motionless in his seat, and his expression was a little sad. The two looked at each other, then at Lin Qiao who was walking in front. It's the first time he saw Leader's belly today, so he might be a little scared. Duan Wan's eyes flashed, and she immediately showed an expression of understanding. That's right, Yuan Tianqing had always liked their leader. Even after the leader became the leader of the base, he didn't seem to want to give up. But after coming to the newly built base, Yuan Tianqing started to keep his distance from the leader. Duan Wan thought that Yuan Tianqing had already retreated and started to give up. Now it seemed that from today onwards, he would truly give up. Duan Wan sighed. In the past, she had always felt that Lin Qiao was deeply hurt. If there was someone who could accompany her to the end, perhaps Yuan Tianqing, who was always by her side as the deputy leader, was the most suitable. But now it seemed that feelings couldn't be forced. When Lin Qiao returned to the office, she saw Wu Qingyue sitting on the sofa in her office, reading a document in his hand. Wu Yueling was sitting next to him and playing. Seeing Lin Qiao enter, Wu Yueling immediately ran down from the sofa and ran to Lin Qiao's side. Besides Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen, the others behind Lin Qiao had returned to their offices. Seeing Lin Qiao return, Wu Qingyue looked up at her. "You finished so quickly." Logically speaking, the base meeting would take at least 2 to 3 hours, but it had only been an hour. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "It's not finished. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow." Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows, guessing that something must have happened. He thought for a while and asked her, "How do you plan to deal with the area with the underground creatures?" Lin Qiao walked to the desk and sat down. She habitually touched her belly and said, "What else can I do? I can't fight them, so I can only hide." She only knew that her and Wu Qingyue's supernatural attacks had some effect on those creatures. But to deal with these creatures, they couldn't do it in a short period of time. They could only hunt and kill them for a long time. It wasn't convenient for her now, so she could only wait for little Man-Man to be born and recover her strength. She didn't expect Wu Qingyue to help as he didn't have that much time to waste. Chapter 968. Wu Qingyue asked, "You don't have enough researchers here, do you want me to transfer 2 people to help you?" Although Lin Qiao had sent back a corpse of an underground creature and some wreckage, Lin Hao's research was very slow. On one hand, it was because he was a doctor and was busy managing the hospital and treating patients during the day. On the other hand, it was because research was not his strong point. Ling Xiantong was. Ling Xiantong was not in the base now, so Lin Hao would not have any good results even if he was busy. "No need, thank you." Lin Qiao rejected without hesitation and said, Ling Xiantong should be back soon. It was normal for her to reject Wu Qingyue because she had already asked Xie Dong to send people to find Lin Wenwen's team a few days ago and let Ling Xiantong lead the team back first. Though the stone was effective in making the metahumans go crazy, the most important thing now was to deal with the underworld creatures. The other things would be left for Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying to deal with. Another reason was that Lin Xiao did not want to owe Wu Qingyue too much. In the past, every time this person helped her, she would return the favor in other ways. But not long ago, she became dangerously aware of her own thoughts and began to avoid communicating with Wu Qingyue. Even though the two of them had been together for the past 2 months, other than Wu Qingyue holding her hand and moving her around, the two of them had always maintained an awkward distance. One wanted to escape, and the other didn't dare to push too hard. Thus, this strange situation had developed. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his lips faded. His expression did not change as he said, "All right, since you don't want me to help you, then do whatever you want." After that, he did not say anything and continued to look at the documents in his hand. Lin Xiao looked at him in surprise, thinking that the man would have some other reaction. Could it be that he was already used to this strange atmosphere? Seeing that the man did not say anything, Lin Xiao did not say anything either. She sat at the desk and lowered her head to work. The office was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of writing and the sound of pages being flipped. Wu Yueling did not say anything and returned to Wu Qingyue's side. She was holding her bald rabbit in her arms. In the afternoon, Wu Qingyue brought Lingling back to the house to eat. However, Lin Xiao was still busy. Even after the sky turned dark, he was still busy. When Lin Xiao returned home, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Before he reached the door, he could already smell Wu Qingyue's scent coming from his room. A trace of helplessness flashed in Lin Xiao's heart. This person was really clingy. During the day, he would stick to her office. At night, he would stick to her house. She opened the door and saw the man sitting on the sofa in the room without turning on the lights. Lin Xiao turned on the light and closed the door. She looked at him and asked, "What is it now?" Wu Qingyue was wearing a black nightgown, his back leaning against the back of the sofa, his sitting posture elegant. At this moment, he raised his head and smiled at her. "I was waiting for you. Wasn't that obvious?" Lin Xiao looked at him speechlessly for a few seconds. After a moment of silence, he said, "So why were you waiting for me?" The smile on Wu Qingyue's face deepened. He looked at her and said meaningfully, "You haven't forgotten what Dr. Lin said, have you? I'm here to do my duty." Hearing him mention Lin Hao, Lin Xiao's face immediately darkened. She refused without thinking, "Thank you, but you don't need to do this kind of duty. The doctor is just giving advice. He doesn't have to do what you do." Speaking of this matter, she deeply felt like she was sold out by her brother. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face darkened even more. She gloomily stared at Wu Qingyue, who was smiling. She seemed to be gnashing her teeth. Wu Qingyue smiled and didn't answer her. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards Lin Xiao. Seeing his slender figure approaching, the difference in height made Lin Xiao feel that the other person was shrouding her with an invisible pressure. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, but he stood firmly and did not move at all. Wu Qingyue walked in front of her, but not very close. There was still a distance of half a meter between the two. He slightly lowered his head to look at her eyes and said, "You've already realized it, haven't you? What are you afraid of?" Since he went crazy last time, this female zombie's eyes would occasionally become subtle when she looked at him. Although she quickly covered it up, he had already noticed it after a few times. But this female zombie was avoiding this kind of atmosphere more and more. She always intentionally distanced herself from the two. When she was at his house, although she was invisible, he had already discovered that she liked to stand quietly on the side and watch him cook. Every time he pretended not to know, but he was happy in his heart. Because this female zombie began to care about him. But the other party's evasive attitude made Wu Qingyue unable to think of any reason. He always felt that the other party seemed to be afraid of something, so she chose to escape. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the female zombie's pupils suddenly shrank, then she turned her eyes and avoided his gaze. Lin Qiao calmly turned her face away and walked to the tea counter next to her. While walking, she said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Then she stood in front of the counter and poured herself a glass of water. Then she raised it and drank a big mouthful. Wu Qingyue lightly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I can tell you. But running away can't solve the problem. Right now, you have an evasive attitude." Lin Qiao looked at the water in the transparent cup in her hand and was stunned. After 2 seconds, she drank the water again and put the cup back. There are some things that you can't avoid just because you think you can escape. It's getting late, Leader Wu, please go back. She lightly said. I'm not leaving tonight. I haven't finished my duty. This is my benefit. I haven't received it yet. How can I leave? Wu Qingyue looked at her back with a smile. Lin Qiao turned her head and stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Don't even think about it. Worst comes to worst, I will perform a C-section. Little man ate so much energy, I think it won't affect her much. Wu Qingyue shook his head and said, how can you do that? It's healthier for the child to have a natural birth. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the child. Besides, listening to the doctor is always right. You will suffer if you don't listen to the doctor. Lin Qiao couldn't refute this and could only stare at him coldly. She angrily said, aren't you afraid of becoming a zombie? I can't enter the space now, and there's no lake energy to adjust it. If you dare to touch me, you will become a zombie. These words were completely to scare Wu Qingyue. Last time when this guy went crazy, he kissed her and didn't turn her into a zombie. Thinking about it, even if he really did it, this person probably wouldn't have any reaction. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, do you think I'm stupid? Although I don't remember what happened when I went crazy, it doesn't prevent me from finding out what happened. Besides, is there a need to find out? Then he slightly stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Qiao. He raised his hand and gently touched her mouth. Chapter 969. Paw. Lin Qiao slapped his hand away impatiently and took a step to the side. Frowning, she stared at him and said, Tisk, you're really not leaving. Do you really want to do it that badly? Wu Qingyue sounded as if he wasn't satisfied. Wu Qingyue was stunned for a moment, then looked at her with a smile. Lin Qiao looked at him calmly, then her eyes suddenly flashed. She nodded and said, all right, you want to do it, right? Sure, go wash me up and wait on the bed. It seemed that this guy in front of her was dead set on Lin Hao's words and was determined to take advantage of her. According to his personality, even if she could reject him today or tomorrow, he would come over every night to annoy her. Wasn't it just doing it? So be it, it wasn't like she hadn't done it before. Seeing that he had provided a lot of energy for little man in the past 2 months, she would serve him once. Seeing Lin Qiao's sudden change in attitude, Wu Qingyue was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. His eyes flashed with a hint of bright light. I've washed up, my body is very clean. He said with a smile. He even took off the nightgown on his shoulders, revealing half of his naked upper body. His well-defined and strong chest muscles and the solid muscles on his arms faintly revealed a sense of strength. Lin Qiao looked at his healthy wheat-colored skin and couldn't help but feel that it was dazzling. Go, wash, again. She was a little annoyed, but when she saw the other's smiling eyes, she felt even angrier. Okay. Go, wait for me. Wu Qingyue was happy now, so he was very obedient to her request. After responding, he winked at Lin Qiao, then turned around and walked towards Lin Qiao's bathroom. Lin Qiao, she was going blind. This man's style changed again. Now he looked like a hooligan. Lin Qiao held her waist as she sat on the sofa, rubbing her stomach and sighing. She didn't know when this child would come out. She looked up in the direction of the bathroom, and her eyes darkened. She didn't have a deep relationship with this man. Back when she was still the leader of Pluto, she had only seen him a few times in Huaxia. At that time, he also had a gentle smile on his face. However, he maintained a very distant and polite distance, giving people a contradictory feeling that he was clearly easy to get close to, but in fact, he was rejecting people. At that time, she had never thought that they would end up like this. If she hadn't been pressured by Di Long and the other two bases, she wouldn't have thought of cooperating with him and asking for his help. He didn't expect to have a new identity and a new body. The original owner not only kidnapped someone else's daughter and ran away, but also had sex with her. Not only that, but he didn't even return the girl's daughter and died just like that. She had to deal with this mess the moment she woke up. A huge pit. Now she had one foot in the pit. She couldn't pull it out even if she wanted to. Because Wu Qingyue was holding her. What's more, he didn't expect that his heart, which he had clearly planned to seal off, would now show signs of stirring. Every time he thought of this, Lin Qiao's heart would ache. Very soon, Wu Qingyue came out again with a wave of dampness. Furthermore, he wasn't wearing any clothes. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a slender and muscular male body and something between his legs. Lin Qiao immediately closed his eyes. Damn, his eyes stung. Although she had seen his body, it was still very dangerous to walk towards her like this, okay? Wu Qingyue's head was covered with a towel, and he walked out openly while wiping his hair. He walked directly to Lin Qiao's bedroom with a smile, and when he passed by her sofa, he glanced at her with a smile. I'll wait for you. Lin Qiao looked up at him expressionlessly, and inexplicably felt that she had dug a pit. Watching the man disappear at the door of her bedroom, Lin Qiao's eyes twitched. After a minute of silence, she finally stood up and went to the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, a damp and cold steam mixed with the man's scent filled the air. She didn't need to breathe, but she felt that the man's scent was drilling into her body from her nose. She took off her clothes and turned on the shower. The water poured down from her head, and the cold water washed over her skin. Lin Qiao didn't feel cold, but felt very comfortable. Other than the fact that she couldn't casually shower outside the base, when she returned to the base, Lin Qiao would basically shower every day. When she was at Wu Qingyue's house, she also had to shower every day. After washing off the bubbles, Lin Qiao put on a large bathrobe. Just like Wu Qingyue, she took a towel and rubbed her wet long hair before walking out. While drying her hair, she walked to the door of the bedroom and saw the man sitting lazily against her bed, the quilt casually covering his important parts. His naked upper body and long slender legs were so dazzling. Lin Qiao. This position was really seductive. Ah, no, seductive zombies. Wu Qingyue was holding a book in his hand, and it was probably from her bedroom. After hearing Lin Qiao's movement, he raised his head and looked at her. There was a trace of strange heat in his eyes, but it was quickly covered up by his smiling eyes. Seeing Lin Qiao standing at the door drying her hair, Wu Qingyue turned his hand and put the book on the table beside the bed. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed, then walked toward Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao originally restrained herself from staring at a certain part of him, but from the corner of her eyes, she couldn't help but notice that when he walked, his third leg swung left and right. She slightly raised her head and stared at Wu Qingyue's face, but from the corner of her eyes, she was stimulated by what she saw. Damn! Could he at least wear a pair of underwear? Was he so proud of walking his dick in front of her? What are you doing? Although her heart was already angry, her face was expressionless as she watched him walk in front of her. Lin Qiao asked coldly. Wu Qingyue just smiled, stood in front of her, and raised his hand to press the towel on her head. Then he raised his second hand, grabbed the towel on her head, and began to help her dry her hair. Dry your hair. What do you think I want to do? He looked at her meaningfully while he wiped her hair. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. Wu Qingyue's movements were very gentle and very skilled. Lin Qiao's hair was very long, already reaching the length of her buttocks. If Wu Qingyue was a fire elemental, just a slight movement of his ability would be able to dry her hair. However, he wasn't, so he could only slowly dry it. Lin Qiao wasn't used to having her hair touched by others, so she subconsciously lowered her head when he pressed it down. The thing between his legs immediately rushed into her eyes. Lin Qiao tilted her head helplessly, then removed the towel from his hand, turned around, and walked to the side of the bed. Wu Qingyue only felt that his hand was empty, so he grabbed the slightly wet towel and watched her walk to the side of the bed. So he also walked over, sat next to her, and continued to help her dry her hair. Lin Qiao turned her head and glanced at him. Finally, she couldn't help but reach back and pull the thin summer quilt over, covering the area below his stomach. Chapter 970. Wu Qingyue's hand that was pulling her hair paused, then he glanced at her. The corner of his mouth curled up more and more as he said, "Cover what? Didn't you want to use it later? Why don't you take a good look at it now?" Lin Qiao stared at him, the corner of her mouth twitching. This man was really thick-skinned. "No, it hurts my eyes," she said while gritting her teeth. Wu Qingyue was still smiling, and began to say to her insincerely, "How do you know if you don't look at it? Maybe you can touch it and see if you're satisfied. Or do you want to go back on your word?" As he spoke, the movement of his hands didn't stop. Soon, the water on Lin Qiao's long hair was almost absorbed by the towel. Lin Qiao looked at his expression and really wanted to give him a punch. She narrowed her eyes, then stretched out her hand, and directly pinched the other's lower body. Be gentle. What if you break it? Wu Qingyue didn't expect her to suddenly make a move. He only reacted with a muffled grunt when a sharp pain came from a certain place. His whole body stiffened, and the movement of his hands also stopped. Lin Qiao's other hand suddenly pressed against the other's chest and pushed him onto the bed. Then she turned around and sat on the other's stomach. She put one hand on Wu Qingyue's strong chest, and raised the other hand to touch a handful of semi-dry long hair. Then she lowered her face, pressed down on the stomach, and let the stomach gently rub against the other's skin. "If it's so easy for you to break it, then it's okay. I can borrow it from others. Anyway, I have a lot of men in this base." Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes, stared at the other's eyes from top to bottom, licked her light blue lips, and said. A strong sense of oppression rose from her body, as her gaze shrouded Wu Qingyue. She didn't have to have him. Wu Qingyue felt the oppression, and when he heard her words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. But he didn't move, just quietly lying down. Looking from the bottom up, the female zombie's face was even more vivid. Beautiful eyes, but there was a sharp light inside. Her delicate chin and dark lips carried a kind of fatal temptation. Her half-wet and messy pitch-black long hair hung down from both sides of her face and neck, the ends of her hair falling on his chest, bringing with it a cool dampness, but even more so a kind of ticklish feeling that swept across his heart. The oppressive aura indeed made Wu Qingyue feel a trace of pressure. But at this moment, Wu Qingyue was more concerned about the body that was sitting on his stomach. The feeling of their skin touching and sticking together made his heart burn with passion. Her skin was still very cold, but it felt smooth and exquisite. It made him want to touch it with his palms. He wanted to carefully feel that feeling with his hands. Because the bottom of this female zombie's nightgown was also empty. Damn it. Of course it won't break so easily. You can play however you want. The hunger and thirst in his heart almost filled his brain, but his mouth still smiled faintly at Lin Xiao. Although the other party's current posture was very tough, he didn't mind. After all, the other party's current body might be better this way. But, some things still needed to be done in advance. Being teased by Wu Qingyue like this, no matter how good Lin Xiao's willpower was, she couldn't help but be speechless. How could he say this? Even if she wanted to play, she couldn't do it. Fuck. You're shameless, but I'm shameless. Because of Wu Qingyue's shameless words, Lin Xiao's momentum collapsed. The corner of Wu Qingyue's mouth changed, his hands suddenly wrapped around her waist, and then he exerted force with his back. The world spun, and when Lin Xiao reacted, she found herself lying on the bed. The two of them were in the same position as before, but now their roles were reversed. Of course, Wu Qingyue didn't dare to press on Lin Xiao's stomach, but he sat on Lin Xiao's legs. Lin Xiao's stomach was like a ball between the two of them. Wu Qingyue's hands touched Lin Xiao's stomach, feeling the vitality under her stomach. The light in his eyes softened a lot, and then he bent down and gently kissed her stomach. Turn off the lights for the unspeakable things below. There are benefits for joining the group. When Lin Xiao came back to reality from the floating sea of desire, she found herself lying on the bed. And behind her, someone was still tightly pressed against her, and a strong arm wrapped around her from behind. The feeling in her body slowly returned. She moved, and then her face darkened. Because a certain someone's rod was still in her body, and he hadn't pulled it out yet. Lin Xiao elbowed behind her, and said coldly with a hoarse voice, "Get out." However, she didn't know how tempting her lazy and hoarse voice was right now. Especially when the original coldness in her voice was dissolved by this hoarseness. It was so tempting to Wu Qingyue's ears. And just now, he only had one chance to vent, and it didn't satisfy this man. So, not 2 seconds after Lin Xiao spoke, she felt something in her body. Hard. Did it? Lin Xiao had the urge to crush that thing, and her face immediately darkened. Feeling a sudden killing intent from Lin Xiao, Wu Qingyue's body stiffened, and he could only regretfully slide out of her body. He sat up on the bed, and then got off the bed. Then he turned around, bent over, and bent down towards Lin Xiao. One of his hands went through her legs, and the other wrapped around her back. He hugged her tightly, and carried her up from the bed. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked subconsciously. At this time, her whole body was weak, and she didn't know why a dignified zombie like her would feel weak after doing this. When Wu Qingyue carried her, her heart only moved slightly, and she wanted to resist, but she couldn't control her body. "Go take a shower, don't you feel sticky?" Wu Qingyue's eyes narrowed into a line to show how good his mood was, and the smile on the corner of his mouth relaxed a lot. He wasn't just smiling out of habit like he usually did. After hearing what he said, Lin Xiao did feel a layer of stickiness on her body. She wouldn't sweat, and this sweat was smeared on her body when Wu Qingyue wrapped around her. And no matter what it was on her body, what made her feel the most uncomfortable was that a certain indescribable part was a mess. "But, no need, I'll do it myself. Put me down." Wu Qingyue had already walked to the bedroom door, and when he heard this, he stopped. Looking at her, he slightly raised his eyebrows. "Are you sure? Your legs aren't weak?" Lin Xiao coldly stared at him, and said, "It's not to the point where you can't walk. Let go." Wu Qingyue silently looked at her for 2 seconds, and finally compromised, and gently put her on the ground. Lin Xiao walked through the living room naked and bare-legged. The doors and windows of the living room were immediately covered by a black fog, and when Lin Qiao entered the bathroom, the black fog immediately drilled into the bathroom. Wu Qingyue looked, turned around, picked up the nightgown that Lin Qiao had just taken off, and put it on himself. Then he took Lin Qiao's slippers to the bathroom door. "I put your slippers at the door." Chapter 971. To be honest, Lin Qiao's legs felt weak when she walked into the bathroom. She held the wall with one hand and her waist with the other. At the beginning, she faced Wu Qingyue and sat on him slowly. But in the end, the bastard complained that she was too slow. Too slow. Therefore, he turned her body around and sat up to hug her from behind. Then he did this again and again. Anyway, in the end, Lin Qiao was in no mood to care about him. Because she felt very tired. That strange and intense feeling deprived her of all strength and concentration. She used the water to wash away the sticky feeling on her body, although she really wanted to soak in the bathtub. She wanted to soak in the bathtub, but she was afraid that it would be too comfortable and she didn't want to get up. Instead of the bathtub, she wanted to lie on the bed. Hearing Wu Qingyue's voice outside the bathroom, she didn't say anything. After washing, she looked at the clothes in the bathroom and remembered that she didn't bring her nightgown. Seeing Wu Qingyue's nightgown hanging on the wall, Lin Qiao just took a bath towel and wrapped it around herself. She opened the door and saw her slippers at the door. After putting on the slippers and walking out, she saw Wu Qingyue wearing her nightgown, sitting lazily on the sofa. Because of her body, Lin Qiao's nightgown was also wide. But for Wu Qingyue, who was almost 1.9 meters tall, it was still a little short. His hands and feet were long. It felt neither fish nor fowl. "Tut, please return my nightgown to me." "Thank you. Don't make my nightgown too long." Looking at the satisfied and full expression on his face, Lin Qiao felt her teeth itch to bite someone. She snorted indifferently. Wu Qingyue smiled, indulging in her strange reaction. Without saying anything, he stood up, nodded, and walked towards the bathroom. When he changed into his nightgown and came out, he saw that Lin Qiao's bedroom door was closed. It was obvious that she didn't want to enter. Wu Qingyue sighed with a smile. He turned around and turned off the lights in the living room. Then he disappeared directly from her room. In the bedroom, Lin Qiao felt slightly relieved after Wu Qingyue left. But she still looked at everything in the room with a sad face. She couldn't help it. The smell was too strong. That's right, it was the smell. This place was now filled with Wu Qingyue's scent. It was like an invasion mode, messing up her own scent and forcing her to the edge. Wu Qingyue's scent invaded her entire bedroom. Moreover, there was also an oppressive masculine aura. That kind of dense aggressiveness filled Lin Qiao's entire body. She frowned and thought for a moment. In the end, she turned around to open the door and the window. This was so that the air could carry this aura away as soon as possible. The circulation of air had indeed lightened the smell in the room, but it was only a little. Lying on the bed, Lin Qiao felt helpless because the smell on the bed was stronger. Unable to bear it, Lin Qiao sat up and looked at the messy bed speechlessly. But she was so tired, her stomach was heavy, and her whole body was weak. Now, she really did not have the strength to change a new bed sheet. He could only change the quilt. She grabbed the sheets on the bed, rolled them into a ball, and threw them on the sofa outside the bedroom. Then, she pulled out a new sheet from the cabinet. Only then did Lin Qiao resist the smell on the bed and lie down weakly. After hiding, the last bit of strength that she had just gathered immediately disappeared. Although her body was very tired, because Lin Qiao was a zombie, her mind was still very clear. It was just that her whole body was lazy and did not want to move. She did not even have the mood to absorb energy. But just now, a lot of Wu Qingyue's energy poured into her body. She did not expect that she could also absorb some. There was this kind of operation. Did she go to the wrong place again and go to the cultivation world? Just now, when Wu Qingyue's children and grandchildren came out, it also brought out some of the energy in his body. Most of this energy was directly absorbed by her, and a small part was stuffed into little man's current home. Lin Qiao's eyes stared straight at the ceiling, and a bad feeling flashed in her heart. From what the two of them did just now, it was clear that the other party was very strong at the end, and she was somewhat unable to withstand it. But Lin Qiao remembered that from the beginning to the end, his movements were very gentle, as if he was carefully handling fragile porcelain. And when he kissed her stomach, there was a strange aura that spread from his body to her heart. It made her heart inexplicably itch, like a light spring breeze, lightly blowing her hair. It was very comfortable, and people could not help but want a little more. So towards the end, Wu Qingyue's kiss was still as overbearing as before, full of aggression and possessiveness. However, the resistance in her heart was gradually collapsing. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed somewhat bad. She turned her head to look outside the window, and there was not a bit of starlight in the dark night. The night after the end of the world was still raging with cold wind, and the atmosphere was gloomy. She closed her eyes to feel the changes in the space, and suddenly her body became light. When she reacted, she had already appeared on the sofa in the small building in the space. Lin Qiao was stunned, and then sat up. Looking at the clothes on her body, she thought that it was fortunate that she had found a set of pajamas to wear when she entered the bedroom. Feeling the sudden appearance of Lin Qiao's breath, all the zombies in the space stopped their movements and uniformly looked in the direction of the small building. Farmer, who was squatting in the vegetable field, also raised his head at this time, with half a leaf of lettuce hanging from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly a small stone flew over, and hit his head with a bang. "Farmer! You secretly plucked leaves to eat again, didn't you? Wait and see how I'll deal with you later." Lu Tianyi stood on the other side of the green bean shelf a dozen meters away from Farmer, and angrily glared in Farmer's direction as he spoke. But then he turned around, dusted his hands, and walked in the direction of the small building. Farmer, however, did not mind, and slipped the half-leaf hanging from the corner of his mouth into his mouth, and started chewing it. At the same time, his feet also walked in the direction of the small building, but he did not dare to walk towards the front door, and instead walked around to the side. Lu Tianyi smelled Lin Qiao's breath, and felt that it was a bit strange. As he walked, he thought, why would there be another breath mixed in with Lin Qiao's breath? You. When he walked to the door of the small building and entered the living room, his words were stuck in his throat before he could say anything. Fuck. Whose child is this? Lu Tianyi stood dumbfounded at the door and looked at Lin Qiao's big belly. That was the only thing that came out of his mouth after he reacted. But when he thought about it, he immediately felt that something was wrong, and pointed at Lin Qiao with a trembling finger, and said unsteadily, "No. We haven't seen each other for only 2 months, where did you go to put such a big ball, a child back?" Lin Qiao saw his reaction, and was already somewhat used to it. Faintly he said, "Oh, I put it on a long time ago. I just didn't tell you." Lu Tianyi. Chapter 972. Lu Tianyi stared at Lin Qiao blankly for a while, then suddenly said, "Could it be Leader Wu's?" Lin Qiao's expression froze, then stared at him expressionlessly. "You. What? Do. No. Dao. Of." Lu Tianyi saw that her expression was a little dangerous, and immediately became a little timid. At first. I was the one who exposed your identity to him." Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes. "What did you say?" Exposed my identity. Lu Tianyi wanted to raise his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, but he was a zombie now, so he couldn't sweat at all. However, his sister's aura was too strong, and it made him a little breathless. Why was it that ever since she became a zombie, she was like a different person? It had been so long, but he still hadn't gotten used to it. That. He was investigating your identity before, and then Qingming and I helped cover up your traces. He found out, so he directly asked me. I told him. Lin Qiao continued to look at him expressionlessly, so he knew my identity from you, but you haven't answered my question yet. Lu Tianyi's handsome face looked a little guilty, and at this time, he didn't have the calm feeling he used to have. His eyes looked left and right, and then he directly threw Wu Qingyue out. He said, Wu Qingyue said it himself. Not only me, but Qingming also knows. Lin Qiao, seeing that Lin Qiao's aura had subsided, Lu Tianyi was relieved. Then he continued to look at her belly curiously, and said, but when he came to find me before, it has been more than 10 months since now. Your child is about to be born. How come I couldn't see it at all before? Wait. You were pregnant before, and you still ran around. Suddenly thinking of this, Lu Tianyi's face darkened. He stared at her with a disapproving face, and there was some worry and anger in his eyes. How could this woman run around when she was pregnant? Wasn't she afraid of something happening? Really daring, is this something a pregnant woman, a pregnant zombie can do? She didn't even think about the child, but come to think of it, Wu Qingyue, that bastard son zombie, was one thing, but he actually managed to make his sister pregnant. That was a little too fucking incredible. Truly admirable. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and watched the expressions on Lu Tianyi's face change. She also sensed the disturbing thoughts in his heart. He was speechless. However, she still replied, I'm not an ordinary pregnant woman, and this child is not an ordinary child. I know the situation, and I've actually been very restrained. She was indeed very restrained, ever since she knew that little man was in her stomach. She had already stopped making a fuss. Seeing that Lu Tianyi was still unhappy, the two people's positions were immediately reversed. Even if this child isn't an ordinary child, and you aren't an ordinary person either. But what if? Have you ever thought about what you would do if something happened? Besides, you know that you're not an ordinary person, and this child isn't an ordinary child either. If something happens, no one can save you. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Lu Tianyi glared at Lin Qiao with a hint of fire in his eyes. This was his nephew. Even if he gave birth to a monster, he was still his nephew. She was born from his sister's womb and was also his family. Looking at his cheapskate brother, Lin Qiao felt that even his own brother Lin Hao wasn't so difficult to appease. Cough. Okay. I'll be careful in the future. And this child is about to be born. Isn't everything fine now? Lin Qiao smiled flatteringly, then said to him, do you want to touch it? Originally, Lu Tianyi was a little dissatisfied with her first sentence, but the last sentence immediately made him stunned. Then, he immediately stared at the round belly. He looked up at Lin Qiao's face, then swallowed his saliva. What? You don't want to touch it? This is your niece, and it won't be long before it's born. It might be white and tender, with short legs and hands, or it might be a small zombie. Lin Qiao saw that his eyes were full of desire, but he was a little hesitant. She immediately smiled and seduced him. The image of a white and tender baby appeared in his mind, and Lu Tianyi immediately couldn't stand it. He walked towards Lin Qiao, but his footsteps were a little hurried and a little nervous. He walked to Lin Qiao's side and didn't sit down. He just stood there and stared at her belly in a daze. When he got closer, he realized that this belly was really round. He imagined that there was a baby living in it. The feeling of life made people's hearts soften a lot. Lu Tianyi was a little nervous, and he didn't understand why he was nervous. He wasn't the child's father, so why was he so nervous? It was just that this child came too suddenly. Even if he wasn't the child's father, he was the child's uncle. The first nephew in his life. In the past, he couldn't believe that Lu Tianyi would give him a nephew, because Lu Tianyu's life was too complicated. The most important thing was that this woman's heart was cold. She didn't plan to have a child herself, and she didn't want to give birth to another man's child. Because it was easy for a child's body to change shape, she didn't want to make her well-maintained body ugly. Although she depended on many men to survive, she never fell in love with any one of them. So she never thought of giving birth to a child for any man. His hand touched the bulging belly like a ball, and it was a little hard. After touching it for a moment, Lu Tianyi suddenly retracted his hand and didn't dare to touch it anymore. He didn't know why, but this belly felt like it was going to explode. It made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Lin Xiao looked at his reaction with amusement, and felt that this kid was acting like a young boy. What's wrong? Are you afraid that she'll bite you with this expression? She said with a smile, and there was a hint of ridicule and speechlessness in her words. No. Lu Tianyi was a little embarrassed, and after thinking about it, he reached out his hand to touch Lin Xiao's belly. This time, he was much calmer. She's been sleeping recently, otherwise she could have clapped hands with you. Lin Xiao smiled as she looked down at her belly, and said with a gentle look in her eyes. At this time, another person entered the door. Mo Yen walked in with the child zombies in the white dress that never left his side. When he saw Lin Xiao's expression, he was stunned. Mo Yan's handsome and evil face was stunned. He was at a loss for a few seconds, and then revealed an expression of disbelief. Lin Xiao turned to look at him and greeted, "You're here, sit." After saying that, he looked at the two heads that popped out of the door. It was Pesticide and Xiao Xiao. But the two of them refused to enter the room, and just stuck their heads out to look at Lin Xiao. Mo Yan's eyes stared at her belly subtly, and then walked over and sat on the single sofa next to her. The female zombie stood quietly behind him. Chapter 973. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes and looked at Mo Yen. The cracks on his zombie core had become a lot thinner. However, it was just thinner, it didn't disappear. His corpse core was still densely covered in cracks. The black lines on his face had also become thinner and less. The cracks on your zombie core have healed a lot. Congratulations. I believe that if this continues, your strength will recover. Lin Xiao looked at Mo Yen and said. However, she looked at Mo Yen with an unreadable expression. She wasn't sure if this zombie emperor would go crazy again after it recovered. Mo Yen just looked at her silently. Lin Xiao said, "Actually, I'm also looking forward to your recovery. That way, with your cooperation, my base will be much safer." Her words were a little probing. Although Mo Yen had accepted her conditions, he was forced to do so, so he should have some resistance. Now, Lin Xiao wanted him to stay at ease, because it was just like what she said. Just like what she said, the zombie emperor's aura could suppress all the zombies here. She just needed to subdue him. Even if his strength couldn't recover to its peak, it didn't matter. The corner of Mo Yan's mouth curled up, revealing an evil smile. That cold aura from before suddenly became both good and evil. However, he still nodded, agreeing with what Lin Xiao said. Then, his black eyes stared at Lin Xiao's stomach curiously, as if he wanted to say something. Lin Xiao looked at his eyes and immediately understood what he wanted to say. She thought about it and said, maybe my body's mutation is special, that's why this happened. If it happened to the one behind you or the other female zombies, I don't think it's possible. She looked at the female zombie behind Mo Yen. It had been 2 months since they last met. It had been 2 months since they last met, and her appearance had become even more beautiful. The muscles on her face had become smooth and glossy, and the dark circles around her eyes had mostly disappeared. Instead, it was like smoky makeup, giving her pitch-black eyes a kind of cold beauty. Her lips were full and had a hint of purple. She was originally a beautiful zombie, but now, she had become even more beautiful. Furthermore, the cold aura that he gave off when he was beside Mo Yen and didn't respond to anyone else immediately gave her a cold and aloof temperament. He didn't know where Mo Yen had picked up this beautiful female zombie. Mo Yen didn't turn around, but his eyes slightly glanced behind him. What he really wanted to know was, who was so powerful that this zombie leader had won the bid. However, the other party had obviously avoided this question, so he didn't probe any further. But this female zombie's body could actually give birth, he didn't know what was inside. Zombies? He felt that it couldn't possibly be a human. Before Mo Yen could express his curiosity, Lu Tianyi on the other side asked directly, "Oh right, if your body can conceive, what will be born? Half human, half zombie? Or a human infected with the virus? Or a small zombie?" Lin Qiao turned to him and said, "I also want to know the answer to this question." Everyone else, so he still had to wait. But for some reason, he was looking forward to it. Lin Qiao looked at Mo Yen and said to him, "Since staying in my space is really helpful to your situation, then please rest in peace. You've already killed all your enemies, so you should let go of some things. When you come out, you have to think about a new life, a new beginning." That was what she thought, but she didn't expect that after she finished speaking. She saw a flash of killing intent in Mo Yan's eyes. Lin Qiao was dazed. Could it be that this zombie's enemies hadn't all been killed? It didn't matter, if he wanted to move again, he would have to increase his current strength first. She stood up and walked to the door, ready to see what Lu Tianyi had done to the farmland outside. After walking 2 steps, she suddenly thought of something and said to Mo Yen, "Oh right, you guys can soak in the water in my lake every day. It should be of great help to your situation." The water in the pond dug by the lake was drawn from the lake. They didn't need to go to the lake to get water, but they could also get water from the pond. Soaking in the lake every day would be much more efficient than the energy in the air. Actually, in the space, Lin Qiao only told Lu Tianyi to soak in the lake with his mother for 1 to 2 hours every day. As for the other zombies like Pesticide and Xiao Xiao, as well as the dozens of level 3 and 4 zombies, Lin Qiao arranged for them to soak once every 10 days to half a month. So when Lu Tianyi took care of them, it was much easier. If they were obedient, they could soak in the water and enjoy it. If they weren't obedient, they wouldn't get to soak. In order to soak in the energy, the dozens of zombies worked very hard in the fields, and didn't feel bored at all. Lin Qiao then turned to Lu Tianyi and said, "Just tell them where to get water, don't worry about those 2. Lu Tianyi looked at Mo Yen, then turned to Lin Qiao and nodded. Actually, Lu Tianyi had been keeping his guard up against this zombie emperor ever since it was here. The other party's aura was too strong, and he couldn't help but be on guard. Seeing that Lin Qiao was about to come out, Pesticide and Xiao Xiao had already disappeared. After Lin Qiao came out, the large patch of grass in front of the building had become paddy fields and wheat fields. Only 30% of the area was the melon and vegetable fields. There were many varieties, almost all of the seeds that Lin Qiao had gotten from Haiqing had been planted. The field of strawberries was also growing very well, and was still full of fruits. Large green strawberries with red spots were hidden in the leaves, but they couldn't be hidden. Right now, this field of strawberries was considered a specialty of the base, and could only be eaten in the base. Other than the lake and the forest, even if one subtracted the area occupied by the 3 buildings, there was still about a dozen mu of land left. On the other side of the lake, the fertile field was already the territory of the mutant sheep and mutant deer. Lin Qiao sized it up, and suddenly discovered something. She squinted her eyes, and in the next second, she had already disappeared from her original position, and appeared in the territory of the mutant sheep and mutant deer. Her appearance immediately scared the mutant sheep and deer away. Lin Qiao didn't chase after them and just stood there, squinting her eyes as she sized up the animals. She then sniffed with her nose, as though to confirm something. When she squinted her eyes, the image she saw was different from when she opened her eyes. This was because when she squinted her eyes, she could see many colors and patterns of existence. At this time, Lin Qiao saw that the virus energy in these animals seemed to have decreased by a lot. The bigger ones still had the virus in their bodies. However, the smaller ones, the virus in their bodies was very weak. Furthermore, the smaller ones, the fewer the virus. These small ones were all recently born. However, the virus in their bodies was the least, almost none. Furthermore, they looked normal, without any signs of mutation. Chapter 974. Lin Qiao looked at these roe deer and sheep. This discovery made her somewhat happy. It seemed that after living here for so long, the virus in their bodies had been neutralized by the energy in her space. The big ones that she caught didn't change much. But in the next generation they gave birth to, the change was obvious. In addition to the virus, their bodies also contained the energy in her lake. The virus in the second generation of sheep had almost disappeared. This kind of mutant sheep could be killed and soaked in the lake for 2 days, then it could be eaten by humans. If these second-generation sheep gave birth to a third generation, could it be directly eaten by humans? If her space had this function, then could she catch some mutant chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs to raise, then the base would have clean meat to eat in the future. The base would have meat to eat, and living conditions would be better. Everyone would have enough to eat and drink, and they would have the strength to kill zombies. The army would also be able to quickly train. On the other hand, they could also exchange resources with other bases, and exchange for what the base was currently lacking. Lin Qiao didn't need to catch the mutant sheep and mutant deer here, she could clearly sense the virus in each animal's body. She immediately decided that after a while, she would immediately send out a notice to hunt a batch of mutant poultry and mutant livestock. Anyway, her space was very big now, and she could slowly raise them. This matter could be arranged for Lin Feng to do. The effect would be faster if she sent out the task in the mission hall. After confirming the changes in the animals in this space, Lin Qiao returned to the small building. Looking at Lu Tianyi and the other zombies, she said, "You guys have been here for 2 or 3 months, today I will take you out for a walk. Leave a few to be on duty." Lu Tianyi's eyes immediately lit up. "I will arrange it." Staying here for dozens of days without knowing the situation outside, although Lu Tianyi wasn't the kind of person who couldn't bear the loneliness, he was also very happy to be able to go out for a walk. Soon, Lu Tianyi picked out a few zombies. "First take these few out and let them train in the army." Lin Qiao nodded his head, and saw that Lu Tianyi had already habitually taken a rope and tied the zombies and pesticide Xiao Xiao together. Then she grabbed Lu Tianyi's arm and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes, everyone had already appeared in her bedroom. "All of you, get out." Seeing so many people suddenly appear in her bedroom, Lin Qiao was still very unhappy. As soon as he appeared, he immediately chased the corpses out. The other zombies naturally obediently went to the living room, only Lu Tianyi hesitantly moved his nose. He paused for a moment before turning his head to look at Lin Qiao with an unfathomable expression. "Looks like you've made great progress." Can I call him brother-in-law? Lu Tianyi looked at her for a while and said with a smile. Brother-in-law my ass. Go, go, go. Lin Chao chased him away like he was chasing a mosquito. Really, I've been in the space for so long. The smell in the room was still so strong. Lu Tianyi rolled his eyes and walked out, saying as he walked, you still don't admit it. They already had a child, and they had done everything that needed to be done. Weren't they going to be together? When did you become so unreasonable? You've had so many men in the past, but I've never seen you despise them. Lin Chao's eyes flashed and he said lightly, I didn't have the ability to protect myself in the past. She didn't say, I don't have the ability to protect myself. Instead, she directly said that she didn't have the ability to protect herself. In fact, he was referring to Lu Tianyi, not her. Looking at Lu Tianyi, the longer time passed. The more she felt that this kid cared about his sister, the more she couldn't let him know her true identity. Otherwise, this kid would definitely be shocked, and she didn't know what he would do. It was certain that he would be sad, because his real sister was already dead. But she and Lu Tianyi were so different, did this kid really not know? At the very least, he should be suspicious, right? Lu Tianyi looked at her with a meaningful look in his eyes. But soon he walked out and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Lin Chao couldn't perceive his thoughts, which was a little surprising. Entering the living room, Lu Tianyi turned to her and said, then how are you going to call the child? Call him Mama and call him Dad. But you two aren't together. What if the child sees other people's Papa and Mama together? How are you going to answer the child's question? And it's not good for the child's growth environment. People will laugh. Many children of single-parent families, if the single parents don't give twice as much love to the child, then the child will have some shadows in his heart when he grows up. When his parents are not around, others look at him with mocking eyes and use sarcastic words to provoke him. Sometimes it may be unintentionally said by others, but it's also a kind of harm to the child's ears. Seeing him say this, Lin Chao could only say, little man's heart won't be so fragile. She is a sensible child. A child who dared to cheat his parents would be sad because of a few words from others. That's impossible. When Lu Tianyi heard this, he thought that she was still a baby. How sensible could she be? And little man. Was she a girl? Okay, you take them back to where you live first. After driving everyone out of her room, Lin Chao realized that this time there was no random location in and out of the space. She had entered her bedroom before, and now she came out of her bedroom again. It seemed that now all her skills were back in place, she could enter and exit the space, and she could also use invisibility. Looking at the pajamas on her body, Lin Chao's expression was a little embarrassed. She was wearing this to talk to Mo Yen just now. It was really rude. Lin Chao thought that since Lu Tianyi and the zombies left, she should be able to rest peacefully. However, before she turned around to enter the bedroom, the door outside the living room was knocked again. Lin Chao raised her eyebrows. The smell coming from outside the door was Duan Wan and that audio. Looking at the time, it was 3 a.m. No way, this guy wouldn't attack Duan Wan at night again, right? Opening the door, she saw Duan Wan with a black face, her arms crossed. Seeing Lin Chao open the door, she didn't say anything, but just pointed at the side, asking her to look to the side. Lin Chao turned her head. Sure enough, a certain young zombie who liked to pounce on people was standing at the side with his hands behind his back. And her position just happened to be able to see the situation behind him. The zombie's hands were locked by a stone lock again. He went to your room in the middle of the night again. Lin Chao said funny. Duan Wan pursed her lips, not wanting to speak. She was having a good sleep just now, but this guy suddenly pounced on her and licked her face without saying a word. How depressing was that? She didn't know how this guy sneaked in without her noticing. This was the second time. Was her vigilance that bad? In any case, she was an elite of the special forces. How could she let a zombie with a bit of an IQ sneak into the room twice without noticing? Why was this? Why? Duan Wan's heart was depressed, and at the same time, she was also puzzled. Chapter 975. Of course, Lin Xiao could sense Duan Wan's thoughts and looked at the young zombie next to him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "He's really attached to you? Did he lick your face again this time?" Although he already knew what Duan Wan did from her thoughts, Lin Xiao still wanted to say it. Because Duan Wan's expression was very interesting. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Duan Wan's face became darker and she glared at Lin Xiao. She always felt that this guy was less and less aware of being her leader. Was it really good to always treat her like this? Although this guy used to be very mean, he had restrained himself a lot after the apocalypse. Plus, he became a leader and became a lot calmer. Why did she feel like she was back in the army? Duan Wan glanced at Lin Xiao's belly and wondered if it was because she was pregnant. This is the second time that I saw him appear in my room. Duan Wan said and stared at the young zombie next to her. She suddenly stopped. What did you do? You can't beat him even if you want to fight him. But it's really strange. Did he lick your face when he went to your room? I didn't see him lick Xiao Liqing's face before. This time it was Lin Xiao who was somewhat puzzled. She looked at Audiobook inquiringly. This guy's goal had changed and he was so persistent that even her words didn't work. Well, her words didn't seem to work on this guy. And from the situation before and after, Duan Wan didn't suffer any harm. Apart from being a little troubled, there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. It was reasonable to say that although this young zombie was a bit clumsy, his strength was actually not low. At least he could silently approach her and Wu Qingyue every time without being sensed by her or Wu Qingyue. This was already very unusual. So, with his current level of 6 zombie, if he really wanted to harm Duan Wan, it would be impossible for Duan Wan to stand here and talk to her after his 2 night attacks. Lin Xiao looked at the young zombie and obviously knew that this guy didn't seem to really want to tear Duan Wan apart and eat her. Besides, this guy didn't seem to have eaten people. Duan Wan, who was rebuked by Lin Xiao, held her breath. He couldn't help but glare at the zombie youth beside him with killing intent in his eyes. As a result, the young zombie immediately cowered. He shrunk his shoulders and turned his back to Duan Wan and leaned against the wall. He pressed his face against the wall and closed his eyes, not daring to look at Duan Wan. Lin Xiao, was there a need to be so cowardly? It was just a glance, but it was filled with killing intent. But you're a level 6 zombie, a level 1 king, after all. What are you afraid of? Duan Wan glared at Audiobook with killing intent before turning around and leaving. He then left the young zombie in front of Lin Xiao's door and let her deal with it. The killing intent in Duan Wan's eyes was not weak at all. She had killed many people. Be it before or after the apocalypse, the blood on her hands was the same as that of Lin Xiao and Yuan Tianqing. This was the blood of people who had committed the most heinous crimes. Not a single one of them was clean. Therefore, if there was killing intent in Duan Wan's eyes, it was real. It could instantly make people feel a chill down their spines, and their hearts were so stifled that they couldn't breathe. Seeing Duan Wan turn around and leave just like last time, Lin Xiao helplessly looked at Audiobook, who was glued to the wall. She really didn't understand what this zombie wanted to do. Well, okay. She could sense what this guy was thinking. It was actually very simple. He just wanted to lick that fragrant person. Not to let him eat, but not to let him lick. What's more, you said you don't want to give it. So what if I lick? You didn't do anything to me last time. Well, this was what Lin Xiao sensed in this guy's mind. It was very childish, wasn't it? Could she tell him that licking him was actually molesting him? Okay, she could tell him, but could he understand? It seemed like he couldn't. She said he was stupid. This guy seemed to have realized from the previous situation that she couldn't really do anything to him. She just called Audiobook over to watch him. In the end, only a day had passed and Audiobook was nowhere to be found. What do you want to do? Lin Xiao held the door frame with one hand and her waist with the other. She felt that picking this guy up was really finding trouble for herself. Audiobook was still sticking to the wall without moving. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes and said, "She's gone. Now you know that you're afraid of her, why did you provoke her just now?" She really didn't understand this guy. He had the guts to provoke her, but now how could he be scared by a murderous look? She had never seen such a strange zombie. His thoughts were really hard to guess. Even if Lin Xiao could sense his thoughts now, she still couldn't understand. Hearing Lin Xiao say that she was gone, Audiobook realized. He stealthily turned his head to take a look and saw that the sweet-smelling human had really left. His expression suddenly became a little disappointed. Lin Xiao looked at him, thought for a moment, and sensed Audiobook's breath. Then she used her breath to lead him over. After a while, Audiobook appeared in front of Lin Xiao's door. Lin Xiao waved her hand and said, "Take him away." After saying that, she closed the door, turned around and went straight into the bedroom. Don't ask why she didn't turn off the light, because the light in Lin Xiao's room had been off since just now. They were all zombies, so it didn't matter whether they turned on the light or not. Outside the door, Audiobook silently glanced at the young zombie next to him and slightly frowned. He felt a bit of a headache. Because this guy was too good at running, he accidentally disappeared in the blink of an eye. Another week passed like this, after the wall of the second base was built and the work was finished. Elmar and Xiedong also took a group of well-trained elite zombies to guard the edge of the activity area of the underground creatures, leaving Elmar and Old Gua to watch that area all day long. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't intend to let Old Gua go, but the old man ran over and proposed to go. Lin Xiao didn't have any opinion about him being idle in the base during this period of time. Seeing the old man suddenly propose to go outside the base, he didn't have any opinion and let him go. But Lin Xiao always felt that he seemed to have a purpose, but he didn't intend to inquire what he wanted to do. He just let Elmar pay attention to the old man's movements. And not waiting for Wu Qingyue to ask for his benefits for the second time, one night after this week, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. She was suddenly shocked, thinking that there was something wrong with little Man. After Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen hurriedly sent her to Lin Hao checked and told her with a strange expression. Well, she was going to give birth. Lin Xiao. What? She was going to give birth. How could it be so fast? It came too suddenly, and Lin Xiao was a little flustered. Didn't they say there was still a period of time? Only a week had passed. Chapter 976. Lin Xiao was lying on the delivery bed in the delivery room. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Hao, who was beside the bed. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Are you sure? She's really going to give birth. But why do I feel that? It doesn't look like it. And isn't it too fast? You said before that there would be a period of time. Lin Hao was also a little nervous at this time. There was no other way. He wasn't in the obstetrics department. He had never delivered a baby before. And this pregnant woman was his sister. She was also a zombie. And at this time, he didn't dare to let someone else deliver her baby. He could only look up medical books and cases by himself. I don't know either. But the position of the fetus has moved down. Do you feel anything other than abdominal pain? Lin Hao pressed her belly with both hands and said while touching the position of the fetus. Lin Qiao felt the pain in her stomach come and go. It was very uncomfortable. She shook her head. No. Lin Hao stood next to her and touched her belly. He felt that her belly was hard and soft at times. He knew that it was a contraction. He said to Lin Qiao, "It might not be so soon. We still have to wait." Lin Qiao took a deep breath. There was a wave of pain coming from her belly. Moreover, the pain was multiplied, causing her heart to feel a dull pain. She lay on the bed with her eyes closed. She wasn't afraid of pain. She was more looking forward to it. Was little man finally coming out? Lin Qiao was also very curious about what the child would look like after it came out. Although from the point of the fetal heart not beating, it was more likely that it would be a small zombie. But what if there were other unexpected changes? At this moment, Lin Qiao was looking forward to it and a little excited. In order to divert her attention, Lin Hao asked, "Do you think that Wu Gai will be more nervous than you?" Lin Qiao wanted to leave the second base and come to the first base's medical center. She definitely had to drag Wu Qingyue over. So Wu Qingyue was now holding little Lingling outside the delivery room. How would I know? Lin Qiao glared at him. If it wasn't for this guy's idea, why would that bastard Wu Qingyue stay in her room and eat her clean a week ago? He really got lucky this time. At this moment, there were many people guarding outside the door. Other than Wu Qingyue, who was carrying Wu Yueling, Xiao Liqing, Duan Wan, Shen Yuzhen, Xie Dong, Qiu Lili, Lu Jun, Lu Tianyi, Lin Feng, and the others were all gathered there, waiting quietly. From time to time, he would glance at the door of the delivery room. Qiu Lili pulled her long hair and put her ear to the door to listen. After a while, she said doubtfully, "Isn't it said that every time a woman gives birth, she yells as if the sky is falling? Why isn't there any movement inside?" Lu Jun was the only woman here who had given birth before. She smiled and said, "Leader is probably still in the stage of contractions. It's not time to give birth yet. When the child enters the pelvic cavity and the skull starts to squeeze out, it should start to scream." Qiu Lili looked at her and asked, "How painful is it?" Lu Jun thought for a moment and said, "It's so painful that you want to tear open your stomach and carry the child out." His entire consciousness could not be focused anywhere else, and could only be focused on his lower body. Towards the end, his willpower might dissipate, but he wouldn't be able to give up. Because if he gives up, the pain will not disappear immediately, and the child will suffocate to death. So he can only break down while desperately giving birth to the child. Speaking of this, Lu Jun suddenly saw that the faces of all the women present didn't look good. So she thought for a moment and said, "But not all are like this. Some people's lives are very easy, and some people's lives are very difficult. And it also depends on how long the birth canal is open." All the men's expressions were also very painful, and then their eyes revealed a kind of complicated expression. Lu Jun finally said, "Anyway, the pain of giving birth may be like being hit in the stomach by a hammer." Qiu Lili's face turned pale, and she said in horror, "Fortunately, I have become a zombie." "No, Leader is also a zombie. I will never give birth to other people's children in the future. I don't think it's worth this pain for a man." Saying that, she thought of Lu Jun's previous situation, and her expression changed slightly. Realizing that she had said something wrong, she quickly said, So. Sorry Junjun." Lu Jun just smiled and said carelessly, "It's okay. In fact, although it's very painful, it's not without benefits. Look at me, at least I got tong tong. When the child was born, I felt that it was worth it no matter how painful it was. Because it gave me a living child. Xie Dong stood beside her, and couldn't help but hold her hand. But he said nothing. Lu Jun just looked at him, but didn't pull her hand back. So the surrounding atmosphere immediately changed, and everyone was inexplicably shown a face of love and was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. After hearing her words, Wu Qingyue didn't feel very good. His expression was a little absent-minded, and his eyes were fixed on the door of the delivery room. At this time, Lin Qiao in the room suffered more than 2 hours of labor pain, and the time of labor pain began to shorten. And it was getting more and more painful, and it began to spread to her waist and back. Lin Qiao slightly frowned, but her expression didn't change much. Lin Hao had been paying close attention to her expression. Seeing her frown, he immediately asked, "How is it? Is the labor pain shortening?" Lin Qiao took a deep breath and nodded. Lin Hao immediately tested the opening of her uterus, and was immediately surprised to find that it had opened up to 2 fingers wide. It seemed a little too fast, but it was a good sign. It meant that it wouldn't take too long to open up to 10 fingers. Lin Qiao couldn't help but ask, "What stage is it now? How long will it take for me to give birth?" The problem of posture and the embarrassment of being seen by her brother had gradually disappeared. Lin Hao looked at her and said, "Based on your situation, it should be relatively fast. But it should take at least 4 or 5 hours to reach the critical point." Hearing that, Lin Qiao immediately looked a little worried. Seeing her like this, Lin Hao couldn't help but comfort her. "Compared to others, you're already very fast. And now that your uterus has opened up to 2 fingers, it shouldn't take long to open up to 10 fingers. Be prepared, it will be more and more painful later." Lin Qiao. At this moment, she suddenly felt her stomach drop. There was a muffled sound of something cracking, and Lin Qiao immediately felt a large amount of liquid flowing out of her lower body. At the same time, there was a squirming feeling in her abdomen, as if something was pressing against her pelvic cavity. It felt hard and tight. Then a voice came to her mind, Mama, remember to use more strength later. Very, very hard." Lin Qiao felt her heart skip a beat, and she immediately felt relieved. Then, Lin Hao's expression didn't look good. He looked at Lin Qiao's stomach in confusion. Chapter 977. Lin Hao looked at the violent movement under Lin Qiao's belly. He was stunned for a while and suddenly realized something. He turned his head and saw that Lin Qiao's lower body's birth canal was quickly opening, and a transparent liquid gushed out of the hole. "Sister, your child is more anxious than you." He suddenly felt helpless. What should he do now? Well, the position of the fetus was good, and it didn't need to be corrected. Now he could only rely on the mother to work hard. Right, give her something to bite in her mouth. Lin Qiao only felt a tearing pain coming from her lower body, and felt that her pelvis was about to be split open. It was painful, very painful. The pain made her legs weak, and her consciousness floated a little. But she endured it, biting the towel in her mouth. Little man's voice was transmitted to her mind, "Mommy, come on. Oh, it hurts." Lin Qiao was a little speechless. Who was in pain, you or me? Lin Hao also said to her, "Use more strength. Use more strength. Although you're not breathing, you still have to make the action of inhaling. This can relieve the pain in your body and increase your endurance." Lin Qiao could only follow his words, take a deep breath through her nose, and then exhale. When you exhale, concentrate your strength on your lower body, and force the child out. Lin Hao was standing between Lin Qiao's legs at this time. He looked up and spoke to her while staring at her birth canal. Lin Qiao bit the towel in her mouth, and her hands tightly grasped the handles on both sides of the birth canal. She used so much strength that the handles were deformed. The pain in her lower body and lower abdomen made her feel like she was better off dead. She felt a hard object in her uterus was drilling out of her lower body. At this time, Lin Hao suddenly said to her, "I'm going to start cutting." However, Lin Qiao had no strength to respond to him now. She just bit the towel and the blue veins on her face bulged. Her whole consciousness was about to leave this body, but there was still only one thought in her mind, and that was to force little man's hard head out. After Lin Hao finished speaking, Lin Qiao quickly felt a slight stab of pain from the hole in his lower body. However, this stab of pain was too insignificant compared to the tearing pain inside. Lin Hao made a cut on the side of her birth canal to make the exit a little bigger. Because something hard and dark had squeezed out of the mouth. Thick, dark red blood flowed out of the small incision and quickly dyed the little black head. Lin Hao was wearing gloves, so he was not afraid of touching Lin Qiao's blood. Faster, 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 harder. It was about to come out. Harder. Use more force. After seeing the fetal head, Lin Hao immediately shouted excitedly to Lin Qiao. This was the most difficult hurdle. Once the fetal head came out, it would be fine. In that case, the original would suffice. Ugh! Ugh! Lin Qiao closed his eyes tightly and finally let out a miserable cry from his throat. But when she cried out, she gathered all her strength in her lower body. With a muffled sound, Lin Qiao suddenly felt his body loosen up, as if his entire body was about to fall apart. But soon, she felt something stuck in her lower body. Lin Hao immediately held the baby's head and carefully pulled it out with both hands. As he squeezed the mucus out of the child's mouth and nose, he said, "Don't let up." His body hadn't come out yet. "I'll count to 3, do it again." As he spoke, he began to count, 1, 2, 3. At the same time, his hands gently pulled out. Lin Qiao exerted more force as he chanted. Finally, he squeezed out the thing that was stuck in his lower body. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Hao was also sweating profusely. It was all over his forehead, which was not covered by his sanitary cap and mask. In his hands was a little green and wrinkled person. The wet fetal hair on his head was stuck to his scalp. It was ugly no matter how you looked at it. But Lin Hao was still happy. He cut the umbilical cord neatly and then carried the baby to the side on a towel with both hands to let him lie down. While wiping the baby with a sterilized towel, he said, "Great, a white and fat boy." Lin Qiao laid down powerlessly. She had already spat out the towel in her mouth. After hearing Lin Hao's words, her eyes were still blank. After a few seconds, her expression suddenly froze and she turned her head abruptly. "What did you say?" "A boy." His voice was hoarse. It was unknown if it was because he used too much strength. Yes. A boy. He looks very healthy, but why isn't he crying? After wiping the baby, Lin Hao patted the baby's little butt with one hand. However, the child didn't have any reaction. Lin Hao stared at the child thoughtfully. He saw that the little guy's hands were already open and his legs were kicking. He couldn't open his eyes for a while, but from the kicking short legs, he was quite energetic. He didn't notice the strange tone in Lin Qiao's words. At this time, Lin Qiao first looked at him blankly and then looked at the baby on the table. She suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, little man, did you hear that? Your uncle said you were a boy. So you are a boy." At the end of her words, she had a sense of understanding. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at her blankly. He couldn't understand what she said. What was going on? These words were obviously said to the baby. He knew that the child was only born a few minutes ago. He definitely couldn't understand his mother's words. But Lin Hao felt that Lin Qiao's words seemed to be understood by the child. However, you gave him the nickname Little Man Man. Why did you give him such a girl's nickname? Lin Hao wrapped the child in a towel with a puzzled expression. Then he carried the child in front of Lin Qiao and stuffed him into her arms. He opened his mouth and asked. At this time, Lin Qiao looked as if she had gone through a serious illness. Her face was pale. But her expression was relaxed and she said with a smile, "Oh, he named himself." Lin Hao walked under her and was about to let her discharge the placenta again. After hearing this, he was stunned. He is still a baby. How can he name himself? He had an expression that said, "Don't bully me because I don't read much." Lin Qiao curled her lips and said, "Ask him if you don't believe me." Thinking that the child would have a depressed expression with the name Little Man Man in the future, Lin Qiao couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Lin Hao pursed his lips and couldn't be bothered to talk to her. After letting her discharge the placenta, he checked the birth canal. He wanted to stitch up the wound, but when he looked at it. "Hey, your body has such a strong self-healing ability," Lin Hao said in surprise. Because in order to make it easier for the child's head to come out, the wound he made was now half healed. He didn't need to stitch it up. Chapter 978. When Lin Qiao heard his words, she nodded and said, "This body's self-healing ability has always been very strong. Okay, don't worry about me. Let me rest for a while and then I can go." As she spoke, she hugged Little Man Man, looked at his wrinkled little face, and touched her chest. Then she said with a strange expression, "Lin Hao, look, this child's heart is beating." Lin Hao, who was packing up, was stunned. He quickly put down the things in his hands and walked over. He picked up the stethoscope from the side and put it on Little Man's chest. Then his expression became a bit confused. "How can it be? Why couldn't I feel it when he was in your stomach before?" Lin Qiao smelled Little Man's scent. Apart from having an intimate connection with him, the scent was still Little Man's, but the smell had changed. "He's alive." Lin Qiao looked at Little Man and said with a complicated expression. She never thought that her zombie body could give birth to a living human. She thought that if Little Man wasn't a zombie, he would at least look like a half-zombie half-human. Lin Hao didn't say anything. He measured Little Man's heart rate, then looked at Little Man's mouth and nails. "Look at these nails. His body temperature is also very low. His heart rate is also a bit slower than a normal baby." After checking, Lin Hao said with a dignified expression. So even though he was a human, his physical signs weren't up to standard. Even though he was a zombie, he was still alive and had a heartbeat. Lin Qiao followed his words and looked at Little Man's little hand. She immediately saw a faint virus on his purple nails. There were all 10 fingernails. So if his claws scratched someone else, that person would definitely be infected with the zombie virus. She couldn't feel the body temperature that Lin Hao mentioned because she herself was cold. And Little Man was still wrapped in a layer of towel. Lin Qiao thought about it. It was okay to raise him as a zombie. This little guy was so smart, it wasn't a problem for her. She suddenly pinched his wrinkled little face and said, "If you don't say anything, do you want to swallow the phlegm in your mouth?" Lin Hao looked at her strangely. Then, in the next moment, he saw the baby in her arms twist its face and spit at the empty space beside it. Bah, Lin Hao. Regardless of the stunned Lin Hao, Lin Qiao had enough rest. He immediately got up. Although his legs were still weak, walking was no longer a problem. She put on her slippers and asked Man Man as she walked out, "Son, I don't have milk. do you want some milk? I'll give you the goat milk in the space, okay? Little Man-Man's eyes were closed. There was a dark blue circle around her eyelids and her little mouth was also blue and white. At this time, when she heard Lin Qiao's words, she couldn't help but purse her lips and then open her little mouth. Mama, let's discuss something, okay? Little man's voice was very tender and soft, a standard baby's voice. But his tone was a little mature. In the past, he also thought that he should be a girl. Even if he was formed in Mama's stomach, he didn't realize his gender. Now that he knew that she had become a boy, Little Man-Man felt that this nickname of hers could give him a psychological trauma of having 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Inexplicably, I feel so girly, don't I? Lin Qiao smiled and walked to the door of the delivery room. As she opened the door, she smiled and said, "What's the matter?" As she spoke, she opened the door, but she didn't look at the people outside the door who were frozen in an instant. Instead, she looked down at Little Man-Man. "I want to change my name." In Little Man-Man's tender voice, there was an inexplicable feeling of pain in the balls. There was a gasp outside the door. Lin Qiao looked up. Fuck. She almost forgot that there were people waiting outside the door. The people outside the door stared at the Little Man-Man in her arms as if they had seen a ghost. Fuck, did they hear it wrong just now? That baby's voice couldn't have come from this child's mouth, right? And at this time, Lin Hao's expression was similar to that of the people outside the door. But before the people could react, he had already taken a step forward and spoke first. Fuck. You gave birth to a demon baby. Demon child. Not a demon baby. There must be a demon when things were abnormal. Whose child could speak as soon as he was born? What's more, this child seemed to have squeezed out by himself when he was just born. Not to mention that this little fellow didn't even cry. Not to mention that, what the hell was spitting out saliva? As soon as he spoke, the people came back to their senses. Although they knew that Lin Hao's words were not derogatory, no one liked their child to be called a demon. Wu Qingyue's face immediately darkened. Shut up. Do you know how to speak? What demon baby, can't you see that this is clearly a corpse baby? Lin Qiao glared at Lin Hao unhappily, but the meaning of what she said was actually no different from what Lin Hao said. Mama, are you trying to scare everyone silly by saying this? I'm clearly a human being. The soft and sweet voice of a baby sounded, even though Little Man couldn't open her eyes yet. Although Little Man couldn't open her eyes, he could distinguish the breath of everyone present just by smelling it. Everyone, no, what she said won't scare us silly. You're going to scare them silly if you speak so boldly, okay? Have you forgotten that you're still a newborn baby? Lin Hao's ability to accept was also quite strong. At this time, he was already not as surprised as before. Anyway, even his sister could change bodies and come back to life. What could be more mysterious than this? At this time, Lin Qiao looked at Little Man and said, "Fortunately, you didn't give birth to your original form. Otherwise, how ugly would you be with a vine on your head?" Little Man, except for Wu Qingyue and Little Man, no one else knew what Little Man's original form looked like. However, after hearing what she said, everyone became curious. But soon, they all came over and stared at Little Man as if she was an animal in the zoo. In the end, the baby wrapped in the towel was very normal. On a small face, there were 2 eyes, a nose, and a small mouth. If one looked closely, they could see that it would be very beautiful and cute when it grew up. Wu Yueling, who was in Wu Qingyue's arms, was the most excited. She held Wu Qingyue and stretched her neck to look. She found that Little Man was very small now. Is this a sister? Because they were very close, Lin Qiao immediately sensed Wu Yueling's thoughts. She looked up and smiled at her. No, it's a brother. Lingling, take good care of your brother in the future. A boy. Everyone was stunned, but their expressions didn't change much. It could even be said that they were disappointed. Chiu Lily was the most obvious. Ah, it's a boy. Lu Jun also said regretfully, I was going to say that if it's a girl, we should book it for our Tong Tong first. Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue. Hey, they haven't even given birth and they're already staring at them. Did she, agree? So small. And ugly. Although Chiu Lily looked disgusted, her eyes still sparkled as she looked at little man's face. Chapter 979. Hearing that Chiu Lily thought she was ugly, little man was not happy. She snorted and said with a childish voice, you weren't prettier than me when you were born. Chiu Lily pouted and was a little angry. You little thing, how dare you argue with your big sister when you were just born? She raised her chin and said, I can't see myself anyway. Little man said faintly, that's true. I can't see myself now either. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep. As he spoke, his voice became weaker, and his breathing became weaker as well. At this time, Wu Qingyue asked Lin Xiao, are you okay? His eyes were full of concern and gloominess. When he heard Lu Jun talk about how painful it was for a woman to give birth, he didn't feel good. He thought it would take more than 10 hours to give birth, but he didn't expect the female zombie to give birth so soon. It was just that he had heard her muffled cry of pain, which made Wu Qingyue's heart twist into a ball. Although the female zombie's voice seemed to be blocked by something, the sound that came out still made him feel the pain in her voice. She had become a zombie, and the pain nerves on her body were basically dead. He didn't expect her to cry out in pain when she gave birth to the child. How terrible was the pain! Lin Xiao looked at him and her eyes dimmed slightly. But she quickly lowered her eyes and let her eyelashes cover the expression in her eyes. She nodded faintly. My recovery ability has always been good, I'm fine now. At this time, Lu Tianyi came over, his eyes full of desire and said carefully, can I hug him? Lin Xiao generously handed the child to him, seeing that the boy's arm was a little stiff. He couldn't help but show a happy expression on his face, and the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. Lin Hao cleaned up the delivery room and saw that the group was still blocking the door of the delivery room. He said, okay, send the child to the Department of Infants. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Xiao and said, I think you definitely don't want to stay in the hospital, but you should come to my place for a checkup first. Lu Tianyi immediately said, I'll carry him. Wu Qingyue hesitantly looked at the child that Lu Tianyi was holding and refused to let go, then looked at Lin Xiao. Finally, he turned his head and gave Xiao Liqing a look. Xiao Liqing immediately understood. I'll go with you. Well, since I've given birth, I should go back. Lu Jun saw that Lin Xiao and his mother were safe and sound, so he felt relieved and left. The others were also chased away by Lin Xiao, but she still gave them one last reminder. Do not reveal the identity of the child. Of course, everyone present understood this. No one would let the cat out of the bag. Only Wu Yueling saw Lu Tianyi leave with little man. She immediately became a little impatient and kept looking in the direction where little man left while patting Wu Qingyue's shoulder with her little hand. Wu Qingyue knew that she wanted to see little man, but he also wanted to know the condition of the female zombie's body. Therefore, she patiently comforted her daughter and said, Lingling, wait a little longer. Can we go see my brother later? Now, let's take a look at the condition of your zombified body. Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen, who were following behind Lin Xiao, what the hell are zombies? This form of address was too revealing. But thinking about it, Lingling didn't seem to like to talk. She probably wouldn't call her that in a crowded place. But then again, it seemed that Leader Wu had already recognized her as the leader of the family. He even taught the child to call her mommy. Lin Qiao, who was walking in front, heard his words and immediately stopped with a frown. Although there was nothing in the hallway in the middle of the night, Lin Qiao didn't want to accept this form of address at all. Please don't teach her to call me that again, okay? I treat Lingling well, not because I want to be her mother. Even if her thoughts were different from before, she still didn't want their feelings to intersect too much. And she didn't want to accept him, or any other man. She really didn't want to experience the feeling of breaking up again. Although from Wu Qingyue's tone, his possessiveness was very strong. But the relationship between a man and a woman was the most unpredictable. Who knew when his feelings for her would change again? Lin Qiao knew that Wu Qingyue was very strong, so she believed that he wouldn't die so easily. But the end of the previous 2 relationships made her afraid of going through that kind of pain again. Wu Qingyue saw that her expression was a little gloomy and cold, so he could only sigh, okay. I understand, I'll call her Auntie Lu. Is that okay? Only then did Lin Qiao turn around and continue to walk forward. As she walked, she said without looking back, I think I'll like it better if you call me sister. Okay, it's getting late. Lingling needs a good rest. Leader Wu, you should take Lingling back first. Since little man had already been born, then the situation where she was bound to Wu Qingyue should be resolved. So there was no need for him to continue to follow her for her convenience. Besides, she had been away from High City for almost a month, so it was time for her to go back. Wu Qingyue followed behind her with Wu Yueling in his arms. Looking at her back, he tightly pursed his lips. Although he really wanted to reject her request, he didn't want to argue with her. He felt that she had the feeling of throwing him away after using him. It was very uncomfortable. I understand. Wu Qingyue was expressionless for more than 10 seconds before he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and left. Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen looked back at Wu Qingyue's back and inexplicably felt that his back view was a little bleak. Then they turned back to look at their leader and sighed in their hearts. Between the 2 of them, only Duan Wan knew why Lin Qiao had been inexplicably vigilant. But Shen Yuzhen didn't understand why the atmosphere between the 2 of them suddenly became cold again. Wasn't it pretty good not long ago? She thought that Wu Qingyue had hope. Arriving at Lin Hao's consultation room, Lin Hao examined her body. He found that there was nothing wrong with the female zombie's stomach except that it looked a little loose. How much energy do you feel from your zombie core has recovered? He asked after thinking for a while. Lin Qiao said, originally, it had recovered by 15% in these 2 months. But during the labor process just now, this 15% was used up. I can't feel a trace of energy now. Lin Hao asked again, what about other places? Is there anything strange? Or should I say, has everything returned to normal? Lin Hao had secretly recorded all the various situations that happened during her pregnancy. He knew that after the child was born, these situations would definitely change. Generally, there were 2 aspects. One was that it would slowly return to normal, and the other was that it would disappear and never be able to return. Lin Qiao shook his head and said, how can it be so fast? Maybe it still needs a little more time. But the control of space has returned to normal. And the area of my space has increased again. After squinting his eyes to sense the space, Lin Qiao immediately saw that the white fog wall had retreated a very long distance at the original edge. Chapter 980. Apart from energy exhaustion, there is another situation that needs to be confirmed. Lin Qiao said. What situation? Lin Hao asked. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, it's the invisible binding between him and me. She had previously told Lin Hao the reason why she suddenly disappeared for the past 2 months. Lin Hao was stunned, and said in surprise, "Why, he hasn't left yet." Lin Chao shook her head and said, "He's in the baby's room." Lin Hao nodded and said, "Oh." The baby's room was only a few dozen meters away from here, and it didn't exceed 200 meters. Lin Chao couldn't sense whether the binding had been broken or not. "What are you going to feed the baby next? It's hard to get fresh milk now, or do you want to find a pregnant woman to be my nephew's wet nurse?" Lin Hao also knew that Lin Chao didn't have any milk, so it was impossible for the little guy's first mouthful of milk. The milk from before the apocalypse had already expired, and now the cows and sheep had all mutated. Who would dare to give the milk of a mutated cow or sheep to their own children? Even if there were some cows or sheep that hadn't mutated in the major bases, the number was very small. There wasn't much milk that could be produced, and they were all very precious. Lin Chao stood up and walked towards the door, saying, "No need to find a wet nurse. I have a way to get milk for little Man, not to mention that there were a few second-generation sheep in her space that had already given birth and were full of milk." Although the second-generation mutant sheep in her space still carried a trace of virus, the milk was mixed with her space lake water. It would be able to dissolve the virus. Moreover, since little Man was born by her, although the body was human, it was still unknown whether his digestive system was like that of a human. There was a trace of virus in his mouth, nails, and even in his blood. Maybe he himself was a zombie virus immune body. Therefore, she didn't have to worry about little Man's food. "You still call him little Man, have you considered the size of his psychological shadow? He is very mature now. Be careful that he doesn't care about you anymore." Hearing Lin Chao call her nephew little Man, Lin Chao's eyes lit up. Lin Hao thought of the child's childish voice at the door of the delivery room. He could even speak now, and his words were clear and coherent, with perfect articulation and pronunciation. He really was a demon baby. It felt as if there was a mature soul in that small body of his. Could it be that the children of zombies will all be like this? Lin Hao didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of zombies giving birth in the future. Actually, other than Lin Chao, he didn't know if other zombies could give birth. Lin Hao said as he walked out with a document that recorded the baby. "If he wants to change, let him change it himself. But I really didn't expect him to be a boy. And I think he knows better than us about the problem of eating." Lin Chao was still wearing the maternity clothes from the hospital. She was wearing the thin suit jacket that she usually wore. The two of them walked towards the nursery. "No wonder you've never been worried about the child's growth environment. Now it seems that the child's mind is already so mature. I don't think he would care about why Mom and Dad aren't together anymore." Lin Hao suddenly thought of this question that they had talked about before. Chao Lin, no, she cared about it very much. Looking at how this little fellow tricked her previously, it was obvious that he also wanted to matchmake her and Wu Qingyue together. Although she didn't know how this guy's IQ grew so fast, he knew what he should and shouldn't know. When they arrived at the nursery, they saw Wu Qingyue, Wu Yueling, and Qiu Lily lying on the side of the small baby bed, staring at it. Lu Tianyi and Xiao Liqing stood by the bed and also stretched their necks to look. After Wu Qingyue saw her and Lin Hao appear, the smile on his face faded. He looked at Lin Hao and asked, "I want to know about the child's physical examination." This was a special nursery, and there was only one baby in the whole room. Little Man Lin Hao said what he knew before, his current situation is a bit special. From the physical characteristics, he is indeed a human. But his body temperature is low, and his heart rate is twice as slow as a normal baby. The gums in his mouth and fingernails all contain the virus, and the virus also exists in his blood. I'm not sure if he will completely turn into a zombie when he grows up, or if the virus will weaken and turn into a human. This can't be determined right now. Other than the fact that he can speak since he was born, there's nothing else. At this time, little man was lying on the small bed and sleeping, but everyone present could feel that the child's breathing was very light and weak. Two round and tender little hands were exposed, and might have been pulled out by some of the people present. But now they were gently hooked by Wu Yueling's little finger. Wu Qingyue's eyes dimmed, and asked, then can he live like a normal human child in the future? Or will he be like a zombie? Lin Hao jotted down things on the file while shaking his head and replied, I'm not sure about this either. But I think it's more inclined to be like a normal baby. After all, his appearance and body condition are mostly in line with human characteristics. Hearing this, Wu Qingyue let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Lin Hao began to chase them away and said, okay, the baby needs quiet. And your breath will make him unable to sleep well. You all go out, do what you need to do. So everyone was immediately chased out, and before leaving, Lu Tianyi also asked one thing. Is the milk powder ready? Speaking of which, does the leader have milk to feed? Yes. You don't have to worry about this, your leader will take care of it. Lin Hao waved his hand while observing little man without raising his head. Lin Qiao was also chased out, and she had a feeling of being abandoned. Clearly, when she was pregnant before, Lin Hao was often nervous as if something was wrong. Now that she had given birth, he didn't care about her anymore. Outside the door, she saw Wu Qingyue still standing on the side with Wu Yueling in his arms. Wu Yueling's eyes were also somewhat unable to hold on at this time. She was half blinking, and her eyelids kept dropping. Lin Qiao glanced at the father and daughter and didn't speak. She just turned to Qiu Lily and said, tonight, you stay here and look after little man. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow. She still had some work to do, and when she was halfway through, she suddenly had a stomachache, so she ran out to give birth. Now looking at the sky, it was almost dawn. Just in time to go back and finish today's work, and also deal with the next day's work in advance. Oh, got it. Qiu Lily had always been idle anyway. If there was nothing important, she would just wander around the base. Now that she was called to look after the child, no one was more suitable than her. Chapter 981. After Lin Qiao left the hospital, he looked back at the hospital from the side door. Then she turned around and got into the car. Watching the car leave the hospital, she calculated the distance between her and Wu Qingyue in her heart. Wu Qingyue should be at the main entrance, but he didn't leave. He seemed to be waiting for something in the car. Xiao Liqing sat in the driver's seat with his left hand on the steering wheel. His head and right shoulder were slightly tilted back as he looked at Wu Qingyue behind him. He didn't know why Wu Qingyue had asked him to wait, but as a subordinate, he couldn't ask everything. He could only quietly wait for Wu Qingyue's reaction. After a while, Wu Qingyue said, let's go back and pack up. When the sun rises, we might have to change places. Xiao Liqing immediately started the car. As he drove away, he asked, change places to live. Why? The corners of Wu Qingyue's mouth curled into a faint smile, but the look in his eyes was somewhat gloomy. Because we no longer have a reason to stay there. The second base of Universal Life Base was a secret, and the two of them were outsiders. The reason why he let them live there was because the female zombie had to live there. Now that the distance restriction between the two of them had disappeared, it was naturally inconvenient for the other party to let him continue staying there. What's more, there were zombies over there. To them, the few of them were just like a few fragrant roasted pigs, tempting them all day long. Lin Qiao sat in the car and sensed the distance between him and Wu Qingyue. When he was 200 meters away from Wu Qingyue, he was no longer affected. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like he was finally free. After all, she had been bound to Wu Qingyue's side for the past 2 months, and he had even taken the initiative, while she had only been passive. This feeling was as depressing as it could get. Even if Wu Qingyue agreed to cooperate with her, he was still under the control of others. I don't like it at all. Lin Qiao had never liked the feeling of being restrained, and she hated those who wanted to threaten her even more. Usually, those who dared to do so would not have a good ending. But this time it was related to little man, so Lin Qiao endured it patiently. However, under the relaxed freedom, Lin Qiao faintly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. She knew why, but she didn't want to find out. After all, she had been with that man for the past 2 months. She had gradually gotten used to his aura and his presence. Even if they hadn't had sex last time, Lin Qiao would still have a bad reaction in his heart. Fortunately, she had always been rational, and now she intended to close the door to love. So even if she was a little disappointed, she still pretended not to notice it. Instead of returning to the office, he went back to his room to change his clothes. He returned to his usual army green uniform, loose pants and shirt, and a military jacket. It had been a long time since he wore a military cap and military boots. Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief when he was finally able to tuck his shirt into his waistband. She always wore casual clothes when she sat in the office, which made her feel that she was not serious. Not to mention, it was inconvenient to wear casual clothes when going on a mission. She touched her flat belly. Lin Qiao did not have the belly that normal pregnant women would have during pregnancy. Her body was already a zombie. Other than absorbing energy to nourish the body's necrotic flesh, it would not let her grow any extra fat. But her lower abdomen was at least stretched by little man, the elasticity of her belly could not be retracted, which made her belly look really soft. But the shape of her waist did not change. Once she wore the clothes, she had a big chest, a thin waist, and long legs. Lin Qiao combed her long hair behind her back and put on her hat to go to the office. Seeing Lin Qiao change back to the familiar clothes, Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen had a subtle feeling. The most obvious feeling was that this woman, this female zombie's sharp aura had returned. No wonder she was so gentle before, she was pregnant. Why didn't they notice it? Send someone to rearrange Leader Wu's residence, ask him to move to the No. 1 base. It is not convenient for him to move there. Lin Qiao walked out of the dormitory and suddenly ordered Duan Wan. Yes. Duan Wan nodded. Before going to the office, Lin Qiao entered the space again. She directly appeared on the grassland with sheep and roe deer on the other side of the lake, and it happened to be next to a milk mutant sheep. The mutant sheep was startled by her sudden appearance. It jumped up and wanted to run, but Lin Qiao quickly grabbed it. Then, he brought it into the forest and used the vines left by Little Vine to tie the sheep to a tree. Then she went to the small building and found a bowl and a cup of water, and appeared next to the milk mutant. When Lin Qiao came out of the space again, she was holding a covered bowl of sheep's milk, and said to Shen Yuzhen, "First send this to the hospital, give it to Dr. Lin. Just say it is for little man, little man." Shen Yuzhen was surprised. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, she could guess who this bowl of milk was for. But when she heard the name Little Man, she was a little uncertain. That seemed to be a boy. Why did he have such a girly nickname? Lin Qiao smiled and said, "It's a habit, I can't change it. Go quickly." "Yes." Shen Yuzhen took the sheep's milk and left. Lin Qiao then went to the office building. After arriving at the office, Lin Qiao took off her hat and put it aside to start working. On the other side, Wu Qingyue was also instructing Xiao Liqing, "Ask Yushan to go back to our base and bring some milk powder, as well as some baby clothes. Send them here as soon as possible." Xiao Liqing nodded, "Yes." So when Little Man woke up, he saw Lin Qiao sitting next to his little bed with a bowl of hot milk. Yo, demon treasure. Pooey. Little man woke up, come. Hungry, your mama just brought you a bowl of sheep's milk. She said it is for you to drink, see if you like it. Lin Qiao saw little man's nose move, and the eyes under his eyelids also move. He knew he was awake. But now he really couldn't treat this little guy as a normal baby. After all, when this little guy was born, the movement was simply indescribable. As Lin Qiao spoke, he carefully put the little bowl next to little man's face. Little man's little mouth moved, and then he was silent for a while. Then he said in a negotiating tone, "Second uncle, can you not call me little man? You can even call me baby." Lin Qiao heard the helplessness and pain in his soft voice, and couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, sure, then call me baby. But how do you know I am your uncle? Did your mother tell you?" Little man nodded and said, "Of course, Mama told me. I am hungry, give me the milk. I can smell the food, it is very fragrant. I can drink it." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.